Okay. Max. Ja. Noch jemand? Nö.
Hast du Zoom gecheckt? Ist das gut?
Ja, ich habe Jana geschrieben, sie meinte, man hört uns, also wir können starten.
Sehr schön. Das ist Jana. Ja, Jana.
Genau, Facilitate.
So. Yeah, good morning, everybody, and good morning, everybody in the Zoom call also. We have had close to, I think, 60, 70 registrations, plus 200 people online. So more people will come later on, but of course, it's always the same with conferences. When you start at 9 o'clock and everybody is there immediately. It's a pleasure to have organized this primarily together with the University of Liechtenstein, with Martin Angerer and his team. He had come to us with the idea of applying for an European Union grant. It's called Erasmus Plus, with the goal of investigating how teaching can be done in a hybrid and in a digital way, not just physically, not just digitally, but also basically mixing both hand in hand together. From the side of the Blockchain Center, we are doing this to some degree already. I think we can improve, of course, but some of the stuff we do work very well, especially the talents program, where we are doing online mentoring that you have to imagine this like a Zoom call with 180 people, right? That works very well. We then go into breakout rooms to have smaller groups such that interaction can take place. But this is, for example, purely digital, that's not hybrid. And it works, for example, as a new type of teaching and learning very, very well. And things like this and many others together also with CAPS, we have investigated because we also wanted to accommodate the technological stuff. Which technology do we need to make this all happening? Therefore, happy to have you here. And now maybe Martin also has a little greeting, and then we directly start into the agenda.
Thank you. Warm welcome also from my side. My name is Martin Angerer. I'm the assistant professor at the University of Liechtenstein. And yeah, 2.5 years ago, we were, like everyone, COVID caught us to some degree. And then finally, also as a rather traditional university, people realized we might have to do something in terms of digital and hybrid and virtual teaching. And that was the day when the idea was born to get into the topic. And yeah, we were very lucky to find partners with Philipp here, the Frankfurt School of Finance and Management, and the technological partner CAPS. And I think we made some big steps, but I'm happy to present this a little bit later in an own presentation to you. And I wish you all the best for today. Have some fun also at home. And yeah, happy to have you all here. Thank you.
Perfect. Last remark, that's one of the few projects we did where actually the government has spent the money. So therefore, in case you take a coffee or a lunch, say thanks to yourself. You know, it's your taxpayers' money coming via the European Union. Typically, we do privately sponsored stuff, but in this case, all the credits are going to the European Union, right? Just to mention this, yeah, I think it's fair. Yeah. Perfect. And then we have Christoph here as our first speaker. He has accompanied us and also myself with the Blockchain Center now since years. He's lecturer here, but he has another job in Bonn at the BaFin. And besides this, he has done multiple lectures here at the Frankfurt School, Introduction to Blockchain, FinTech stuff, and so on and so forth. And why have we asked him to hold the keynote here? Because he's always getting much better evaluations than I get. And therefore, he must do something right. And therefore, I asked him to maybe include some best practices because he also did teaching with me in a hybrid mode. Yeah, you have 60 people, 40 people here and 10 people in the Zoom call. And it's not easy to make this happen because the burden is on us as the lecturer, right? It's not on the students and on the Zoom call. It's on us how to make this happen, to integrate people there, integrate people here. It's not easy. And therefore, Christoph can make this happen. And therefore, we asked him to present some best practices about how teaching can be done nicely. Cool.
Thank you, Philipp.
So, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. And I'm actually honored that Philipp asked me to share some of my thoughts here with you. And when we talk about hybrid teaching and some of the challenges, it reminds me of one of the reasons that always drive me when I develop a course. When I was a student, there was one professor. He was teaching by reading the slides to us. And the slides were a book he wrote 30 years ago. So the slides were just a copy on paper. And that paper was put on the board and it was shown there. And there was no one in class who stayed awake. Everybody dozed off eventually at some point. And this is what motivates me to make it better every single time. And so I think it is important to recognize when we talk about the issues of hybrid teaching, that is a subset of teaching. And an important part of teaching is the learning. And when I develop a course, I try to develop the whole course by putting the needs of the students in the center of my course. And what are they? They should be taken seriously, the students, with their strengths, but also with their weaknesses. And also the focus of the course is not the lecturer or the professor, but it's the students. And I always have one slide in most of my courses that always states the priority of this course is your learning outcome. And with your learning outcome, I mean, of course, the students. Just putting things in perspective for the students, putting them, even though they sit here, putting them in the center of the course. And now, the second thing is very important too, because if I develop a topic or a course, I should ideally love the topic, find it fascinating. In fact, so fascinating that I cannot even wait to share all the knowledge I have about that topic, right? And of course, we know love comes and goes in life, right? So you should at least find the topic so interesting to share the knowledge with others. And if you start a course, like I was teaching also courses, that if I tell you the topics right now, everybody would think like, oh my gosh, right? But you can still make it interesting for yourself and for your students. If you are looking for ways how to do that, a simple reading into some storytelling techniques might help you. But this makes sure that you, even a very abstract and potentially boring topic, can become something very interesting. And this is a foundation. And now, when we deliver as lecturers and professors our courses, our talks, our lectures, when we do that in a virtual setup, things can go wrong, and they do go wrong. Hybrid teaching can be very hard. It's actually a challenge much harder than teaching here in the classroom. For example, if I sit here, I look at your faces, you look at me, I see if you are dozing, if you are playing with your phone or not. In a virtual setup, that's much harder, right? And then, of course, students in a virtual setup, they do other things. They do that here, but here you can like, sorry, what are you doing? Is something wrong? Are you researching something? Did I say something wrong? Or like, you know, in a virtual setup, that's much harder. So then students, of course, they turn off their camera and they just doze off, or they do ironing or whatever it is, you know, right? So it's much more challenging to do that in a virtual setup. So how can lecturers keep students engaged virtually? So one of the things I do is I invite my students. I don't tell them to do things because maybe they are in the other end of the world, like really far for me to tell them things. Like I invite them. I invite them to turn on their camera. I invite them to share their thoughts. I invite them directly, for example, like to say, excuse me, you're looking at me, do you have any questions? Sometimes this can be very helpful. I don't have to do it all the time, but this is one of the things that can be very effective, especially in hybrid teaching. And another thing I do in real class, but also in hybrid class, I tell the students also in advance that I do cold calling, right? I cold call students. You know, I always, like I make it easily to understand for all the students. I ask them, who knows what cold calling is? Do you know what cold calling is? And suddenly everybody knows what cold calling is, right? But I tell them I'm not doing that to embarrass anyone. This is not about embarrassing any student or exposing them. This is just so everybody's in the classroom, and subconsciously you are more active, you are more present here, because everybody might be chosen, right? What do you think, right? Simple things like this, and your colleague might think, gosh, it was not me, but I should really try to follow because maybe the next time it's me, right? And then you are subconsciously more present in class. And that helps with the next thing I do. I ask them questions that are specifically designed of the, for example, the topics we just discussed. Like, here's A, B, C, D arguments. What do you think about these arguments? Do they make sense? What in these arguments don't you like? You know, and for example, there's a question behind there. Oh yeah, you have a question. What's that question? And instead of answering it myself, I invite someone else like, hey, did you hear the question? What are your thoughts? So trying to make students interact offline, but even more so online. This is one of the key elements that make a course create an atmosphere. It makes the students feel like they are part of something and not just, you know, me broadcasting words. They can ask questions. They are here as well. So that's important. And then, of course, what I do every now and then, roughly every 15 or 20 minutes, I do low stakes quizzes. I use Mentimeter, but there's plenty of other options, right? So I show them every 15 or so minutes, I show them one slide with 6 statements, or maybe sometimes it's a little bit less, or sometimes it's a little bit more. I show them some statements, and it's very low stakes. So they just have to, I apologize. That was an alarm. Sorry about that. So I show them statements, and they should only say if the statement is true or false. Very low stakes, because we just talked about this the last 15 minutes. And what that does to the student is, it keeps what we just talked about it again in their mind. That's one thing. So the learning is better, but also subconsciously, it gives them the feeling of you do a test and you pass. And this is a positive reinforcement. And this helps keep engaging, keep student engaged. So then, of course, another thing, I'm sure most of you know about that, is breakout sessions, right? As you like in real class, I do group assignments and say, okay, group A, you do this, group B, you do this, and so on. You can do the same thing with breakout sessions in Zoom. And one thing you should, I just read some research about it and I applied it, and it's very useful if you assign the students randomly into groups. So the students cannot choose their group members. That's one part that's important. And the second part is that the students, then the groups can decide on the topic they want to choose. So I assign the students randomly into groups, and then I give them a list of maybe 10 topics to work on. And then the students, the groups can choose the topic they want to work on. So that's one of the things. And last and not least, I don't want to completely overdraft the time here. I'm sorry about that. I think I'm a little bit longer than actually intended, but I'm closing it now. So just a technicality, right? If you're doing hybrid teaching, you want to be very well visible. You want to be very well audible. So if you want to walk around, I tend to walk around. I like to walk around, even if I'm at home, right? In my own, like, you know, I have the standing desk because you better stand. Because if you sit subconsciously, you're coming across as less active. If you're standing, you're much more active, and your students will feel that. And then I have a microphone that I clip on here. I carry it here, and then I can walk around in the room, and everybody can see and hear me. So good microphone is key. It's, you know, relatively cheap. You buy it once, you can use it plenty of times. Microphone, good camera, good lighting, and of course, stable internet connection. Okay, but that's just, you know, a given. So, and last, if you want to, with that is actually, this is the last thing I wanted to share with you. But if you want to dig any further, to read more about what teaching makes great, there's a wonderful website, and I use it very, very, very often. And this is a collection of a teaching material that is based on scientific evidence and not on people saying, oh, this should be good. And the website is called greatteachingtoolkit.com. Okay, so I use this website very often. Like for example, I have a new challenge that I want my students to engage with. I'm using that website very often as a resource for knowledge. So, and with that, I want to thank you for your non-hybrid and the hybrid attention, for everyone joining us via Zoom. And thank you very much, and wishing everyone a wonderful and successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very much.
So now we will come to the actual also fun part and the practical part of the conference. We are having organized a excursion to our WOW room, so-called, and the Frankfurt School Media Studio. So I think we are actually fine to go in one group downstairs. With Felix from Barco, who is actually hosting the excursion in the WOW room. And then I would just say, let's stand all up and just follow us. And then we go downstairs and check out the rooms. Yeah, quick practical questions considering the group size of the room. Should we spend a little bit more time with one group rather than, as previously planned, having two groups going through and cycling? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Du kannst hier, lass ich hier kurz mit runter von Felix. Ich bin aber gleich hier, weil falls auch Gäste nachkommen, also ich gerne anfangen. Okay, genau.
Yes, welcome again from my side. There are some new faces, so I might introduce myself for just. Okay, perfect. Welcome from my side. I might introduce myself just very quickly again. My name is Martin Angerer, and I'm kind of the reason we are all sitting here, or my frustration 2.5 years ago is the reason why we are sitting here. I come from a very small university, University of Liechtenstein. For those of you who don't know Liechtenstein, no, it's not. It's between Belgium and the Netherlands. It's the one between Switzerland and Austria. And there we have a small university with roughly 700 students. And as a small university, we, of course, our USP is kind of connecting to the students. Okay, so we have very small classes. The biggest classes we have is 80 people. And in our master programs, it's roughly 35 to 40 people. So that was our USP, coming here, being personal, knowing every student by name. And then COVID came up. And suddenly we were in a remote teaching scenario, and suddenly we had competitors all around the world, obviously, because if you are remote at Liechtenstein or at Harvard, doesn't make a big of a difference. Yeah? So therefore, we were kind of frustrated. And therefore, we decided we need to change something, and we didn't just want to go to the online or virtual mode. Of course, that's the first thing we did, obviously, because you had to do something quickly. But we quickly realized, no, we need to go one step further. We need to keep our USB. And therefore, we worked on real hybrid environments. So maybe as a definition first, because the term is quite often used diversely, we understand under hybrid of having students at the same time in the room and at home, and that they have kind of the same chance to contribute, they have the same rights, they see each other in a comparable way, and that was our goal. And with this goal, this project here was born by the European Union, sponsored by the European Union. Maybe for those of you who don't know such projects, it is a so-called Erasmus Plus project. Erasmus Plus has a wide diversity of different types of projects, and one of them is digital teaching support. So if you want to engage in one of those project ones, you can contact us. For those of you who know, yes, Liechtenstein is not part of the European Union, but still part of the EA, and so therefore we are kind of that's how Liechtenstein does things. We always fight somewhere. We don't have our own army, we use the Swiss one. We don't have our own customs control, we use the Swiss one. So something like that, okay? And when you want to do such an Erasmus Plus project, you can do that. There are very few rules, but those you have to follow. And one is you need at least 3 partners. 2 of them should be academic and 1 should be a company partner. And of course, you can have more, but that's like kind of the minimum. And those 3 partners have to sit in 3 different countries. So you can't do Germany, and Netherlands. You have to have 3 different countries. So in our case, the partners are University of Liechtenstein, here the Frankfurt School of Finance and Management. And our company partner is the Businesscom unit. Kapsch is rather well known in Germany. Those were the guys who were supposed to build your motorway toll system. Those are the guys who got, I think, 400 million for not building it in the end. But they also have a unit which builds classroom environments. So rather similar to Barco, which we have. And what I want to do today is I want to take you a little bit on a journey, what we experienced through the way. So maybe you work at a university too, you're thinking about hybrid environments too, and I want to save you from some of the failures we have gone through. That's my point. If you want to see the results of the projects, there will be a link on the very last slide to the Erasmus project page. You won't find a lot or anything here at the moment, but you will do at the end of the project in 3 to 4 months. So the first part of the motivation, I've already talked about how to answer this COVID situation. This was our first problems. And the second one is, why should we teach in virtual and hybrid formats? First of all, yes, we had to during COVID. But should we now proceed with that? And the answer is obviously yes, because students got accustomed to that. They got accustomed to that flexibility of not coming to class every day, which is, especially for small, hard-to-reach universities, a big issue. And then, of course, we asked ourselves, what are the potential drawbacks of virtual and hybrid formats? I will report, if we did a survey on that, I will report some results to you in a minute. And for example, one of the problems we had is, well, people want to have flexibility of being in classroom or at home. Very short-term flexibility. So something like, yeah, I want to decide in the morning if I go to class or not, which is a very hard thing for a teacher. Because if you have a class of 50 people, it's very different if you have 10 people here and 40 at home, or 40 people here and 10 at home. Okay? For a teacher, that's especially, I mean, when you do a lecture, that's easy. But if you do something like a group work or stuff like that, that's quite a difference. And so we asked ourselves, how can we tackle this with technology? So what can we do to make this better? And then, of course, the discussion went on, yeah, okay, but all the new technology doesn't help if we do not adapt our teaching styles. Okay? Literally, you can't just do the same class you did before in a presence mode, in a hybrid mode, just because there are cameras. It just doesn't work like that. So you have to obviously adapt the teaching style too. And you need to help teachers doing that. You can't just say to a teacher, hey, now we are a hybrid, change your lecture, be ready next week. Just doesn't work like that. So you need to help those people. And then we ask ourselves, well, is it really just the teachers who have to change, or is it the students too? And yes, it's the students too. This was not hybrid, but virtual. During COVID, like most of you did, I think, we recorded videos. That was the first attempt, right? And we uploaded them and said, yeah, you can watch the videos, and at the end of the semester, there's an exam. What do you think? We have statistics for that. What do you think what happened? Did the students watch the videos? You know the term binge watching? We saw that really 17% from the semester, only 17% of the students opened the presentations more than 3 weeks before the exam. They just didn't do anything during the whole semester. And then the last 1.5 weeks, like you do it with a series on Netflix, like tuck, 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 and then they hope that they would gain the knowledge. Of course, they didn't. It's just impossible in some. I come here from the area of finance. You just have to do calculations. You just have to do practice. You can't learn everything by heart. Okay? So students have to change, and also administration and technical support has to change. So how can we help them to change? And this is basically the idea of our project. And we did this in 3 different working areas. One is we wanted to build what we called, of course, we had to sell it to the European Union. We built a next generation classroom. And I will talk about that a little bit more in a second. Second was to get guidelines and best practice approaches to get it out, basically, to teach all of you our failures, what we have done, what you can do better. And the last one is to provide training material for students, teachers, and administrative staff. About the second and third, I will not talk that much because there will be presentations and discussions on that later on. So for the sake of time, I will concentrate on the first one a little bit. And building a next generation classroom, first we sat down and said, okay, how should we do that? Well, what cameras do we need? What is important? And very quickly we realized we don't know. We have to ask the people. We have to ask the students first. We have to ask the teachers first who sit in the room. And we have to ask the technicians first what is possible. And this is what we did with a rather large survey. And from this survey, we learned a lot of things. I'm only showing you 4 graphs of, I don't know how many. That's rather small, but I will read it to you, don't worry. So for example, we asked students here, how comfortable are you with the following methods for asking questions or making comments during an online lecture? And what we saw is, so here's kind of neutral, here's kind of, that's fine, and here I didn't feel fine. Okay? And what we see is, if you use the function of the streaming software, students are fine with that. Use the chat, students are fine with that. But if a speaker like me talks, and you have a question interrupting the speaker, they are completely not fine with that. Why? Because you have to speak up. And you're literally not in a classroom at home. Okay? So we had to change that. Or another one. How important it is for you to be able to decide spontaneously whether to attend class campus or online. 2/3 of the students said it's important for them. That's something you have to deal with, I can tell. We also asked them about examinations. We will have a panel on that. How many of your online or hybrid exams during the COVID time were open book? And we see that quite a lot of them. This would look completely different before COVID or in a non-online. So obviously, and I know because it's hard, teachers do different types of examinations in hybrid classrooms. And they're not doing that well most of the time. So the open book solution is the one, quite often the one, I must say. I don't know better, so I just make open book. Students are happy and everything will work. But in the end, for some subjects, it's not a good form of examination. But we will discuss that later. If you have a different opinion, I like it. And the last one, how much are the following elements of seminars and group work, now we are going from a lecture to a group work, okay, affected when seminars are attended in an online or hybrid environment? So again, this is more difficult, neutral, and that's easy. And what you can see, group work becomes more difficult. Individual supervision becomes more difficult. We also have architects in our university, and also we ask also other parts. Conduction of experiments, building models, stuff like that, more difficult. Getting attached to a network, more difficult. Getting advice from a tutor, more difficult. Debating, more difficult. Keeping yourself concentrated during learning, more difficult. So what we can see, of course, flexibility is nice and everything. But with online and hybrid, as we are currently doing it at most universities, we also run into big problems. I have one more. We'll not go through all the numbers. What has been your experience with the following forms of supervision during an examination? Okay. And what we can see here, that the open book and everything's fine. Written exam on the campus, it's fine if someone looks above your shoulder and everything. But once you're online and you're supervised by a camera, students don't like that at all. They don't like to be supervised by a camera. There's technology out there to do that. That's rather easy, but they don't feel great when they're doing something. Good. So building on that and many other questions, you can download all of this if you want to, a little bit, like I said, in Supermouse. We build the next generation classroom. And I would have loved to show you pictures, but hardware supply is a problem, and therefore we are not ready yet with the room. Okay? We are just missing hardware parts since a year, basically. Okay? They are not shippable, whatever you do. But I can show you when we use this room what we have done. Okay? So if this is our classroom, our approach is the following. The most important part for us is to bring students at home and students here together to really have a hybrid experience. So what we did is we have 2 cameras in the room. One in the back, like this one here on top, but we have it on the back wall, which follows the teacher. That's rather equal to this one. For us, it was important to have it on the wall and not on the ceiling, to not look down on the teacher, but to basically have an eye-line connection. Okay? It's zooming, it's automatically following, so it's not a standing picture, but I would be in full picture there and I can walk around and it's just following. We have a second camera, which would be roughly here. And that one is connected with two large microphones. Like I guess you have one here, that's a microphone with a lot of small microphones in there. We will have two. And let's say Alexander here is speaking up. The microphone will recognize him, the camera will recognize him, and it will switch, within a second, it will switch to him and zoom on him. So if someone speaks up in the room, people at home will get a zoomed picture of that person. Not just a classroom picture, but a zoomed picture. And the same, so that connects the students here to the students at home. But how do we connect the students at home to the students here? Okay. Our back wall of the room is, we have like double the size of the room in height. We have a back wide wall. And what we do is in Microsoft Teams, what you can do, you can have a virtual classroom. So we will have a virtual classroom projected at the back wall. And we have up to 48 people virtually sitting in that classroom. Okay, so you have to think about like benches, really, virtual benches. And you know all from Zoom when you cut out the head and everything, it's cut out and people are sitting in those virtual benches. So if you would turn around, you would see your colleagues from home sitting there at the back all the time, not just in little pictures and stuff like that, but sitting there all. And if they speak up, of course, they will be magnified and then you will see this person a little bit. So this is how we connect it. And with the two large microphones, we can basically capture, and that really works well, we can capture every voice in the room in the same quality as it would capture me standing here at the phone. It will automatically locate you and it will automatically give you this. What we will also do is we are, in the first room, we heard about ClickShare. We also have ClickShare in the hardware form and in the software form. So software would be just an application on a computer. So if you as a student want to share something with me, all you do is a double click and your computer screen will be up here and it will be in the stream outgoing. And because we use Microsoft Teams, we can use the Microsoft Whiteboard app in there. We can also, as we have seen, directly work on it. So that's very suitable working together, but also with presentations, joining Teams groups and everything. So that's how the room looked like. And I know I have only 5 minutes, so I need to hurry up a little bit. I'm sure. What were the pain points? So that all sounds great, right? Okay, that's a perfect room. Yeah, not a problem started. Yeah. We came with this idea to our IT and they said, yeah, but well, we have existing software infrastructure. It's very hard for us to get this into our software infrastructure. So our first planning was to do that with WebEx and so on. And I said, no, we are Teams University. You need to do everything in Teams, in Microsoft Teams. We somehow managed that. Then the next guy came up, yeah, but there's data security concerns. There's always data security concerns. So we had to deal with that. I already talked about hardware supply. Then we ran into room-specific problems, especially audio settings. We don't have a flat ceiling. That doesn't work well with microphones. We didn't have a strong enough, funnily enough, strong enough internet connection to that room, because you get a lot of information. We needed to get to all microphones on all cameras and everything. You need to get at least 2 network cables, one for power support and one for getting the data line. So we had to have a lot of recabling of the room. So that's quite some, there was something to do. One pain point is when we first talked about especially our external teachers and said, yeah, we are now doing this hybrid room. And for this program, we are planning to do it hybrid. You have to adapt your teaching style. And the teachers said, no. I've done this since 3 or 4 years. I don't want to prepare anything new. basically some of them are just not willing to do that, which can be a problem. And the last one, and that was really a big one, is creating a system that can be operated by the teacher alone. So we wanted to have a system where one person comes into a room, starts the system, everything's running, and even while he's teaching, he can easily control everything. So no sidekick which gives you the questions from the chat or something like that. No one working on the cameras or the audio. Everything must be autonomous. Then we managed to do that. Yeah. So those were the pain points, biggest challenges, choice of software and hardware. And like I told you, establishing this, what we call working communication triangle. So triangle, teacher, students here, students at home. That is the holy grail of hybrid teaching. Getting people connected on an equal basis. Yeah. And the last one, that was a challenge, flexibility of the installation to adapt to different settings. So we have now one room equipped with that. That's the kind of the pilot room. And of course, people said, yeah, but I want to do lectures in there. I want to do seminars in there. We want to have events in there. We want to have a setting where basically only the speaker is heard by the system. And if someone's talking here in the back, we don't want to have this on the stream. And others said, yeah, but we want to have everything on the stream, which is talked also in the back there. And so we needed different settings. And we were lucky to do that in the end with Microsoft Teams. I can tell you that. I'm not a big fan of Microsoft, but Microsoft Teams really gives you some good opportunities there, which gives you control boards. And we now have 4 what we call scenarios. We have a lecture scenario. And the biggest difference is what the microphones are doing. So the microphones for the lecture scenario, basically, if you imagine 2 microphones, the ones for the back are shut off, and only the one for the teacher, which is would be the first part here, they are on. And if you want to open a discussion, you push one button and you activate the class mode. Good. If you have any more questions, we will have you can ask me anytime. Guidelines, I will make this a little bit quicker. Pain points. There are huge differences in teaching styles. So if you want to give a guideline to someone how to teach in a hybrid environment, it's so much depending on what this person is teaching. Okay? So that's really a big point. Quite often the choice is limited on depending on existing infrastructure, obviously. Quite often the best solutions in terms of teaching are not the most popular ones with students. That's also kind of an obstacle. So when you say students, yeah, we have a new system, it's capable of doing this, this, and this, then students, of course, say, yeah, okay, perfect flexibility. I don't have to care to go to class anymore. You can record this, right? And then we can watch it whenever we want. So yeah, we could do this, but we don't do that. So that's also a problem. Good hybrid teaching can only happen with motivated teachers. Whole modules have to be reinvented. Technical training is needed to operate the system effectively. So basically, you have to teach every teacher how to run the system first, which is also something you have to take care of. And quite often integration of various additional tools, like this Menti and every Mentimeter and all stuff like that. Some are easy, but some are quite difficult to integrate into this system. Yeah. Good. And with this training materials, we will hear about that a little bit later. I would ask for, although we are over time, for 2 or 3 minutes of discussion. And then
it's fine. It's fine time-wise. Yeah.
Are there any questions? Yeah, and here's the link to the project. As I told you, there's not much on there yet, but yeah. Thanks for the time. It was a very, very quick introduction to our system, and hopefully there are any questions. Yeah.
How much money does it take to equip such a room? And does it amortize over time? what is the
The second question is easy in terms of financial benefits, no, because there's no income from that, literally, or not a lot.
maybe more students, like gaining virtual students?
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously hard to monetize in the number, but yes, we are thinking about that. I mean, if you want to get to Liechtenstein from here, that's quite a journey. So depending on how you want to go with the train, you can go, I don't know, how many stops is it to books, two or something like that?
Is a direct train, one direct train a day, and otherwise you need to change 2 times.
Okay, one, and then you're on books, and then you need to ride with the bus for another 10 or 15 minutes, something like that. Then you're there. That's the quickest way to get there. So with executive students, or with events, this is maybe a solution to get more people, but it's hard to monetize. How much does it cost? With all the planning of the room and the installation and like really everything from scratch, we have the idea to it's there. It's roughly between 80 and 90K for that. For the whole system running. But then you have everything, like the cables, you need an extra server rack for getting all the information together into a stream and everything. That's the numbers. Yes.
Do you offer this for all lectures at your university, or just selected number of lectures? And how do you deal with lecturers who are really against hybrid teaching and do not want to do this?
When I started the project, the university didn't want to hear much about online and hybrid. And I said, yeah, you can do that, but we don't have money. And I said, okay, I will get money. I got money from the European Union. That has changed over the last 2 or 3 years. So now the university is very much looking forward to it. And I get like a mail every day, yeah, when is it ready? I want to go in there with my lecture. So we have 1 room at the moment. And it's not ready. So therefore, it's limited by definition. I hope that we have exactly the same copy of the room 2 more times. So I hope that we can convince the university to get more rooms. But in the beginning, I think we will start with mainly finance and economics courses.
The target group is executive education, right?
No, all.
Also
I mean, executive is the main target for the moment, but we also want to implement it into our master studies.
Okay, and bachelor studies? You know, the
yes.
motivation of younger students versus executive or
yes, too. Yeah, yes, but we want to grow with the numbers. The problem is if you have a bachelor class, you start with 60, 70 people, and we will do that, but not as the first classes. But it should be capable of doing that. So the room itself has a capacity of 85 seats. So
we do hybrid teaching at our University of Cooperative Education as well, but we do have a problem in our bachelor programs with the number of students in the room and the number of students joining online, often depending on the weather outside. So, and then
we have as a first plan for that in executive is, so for example, that is the pilot course, they have 5 modules, okay, over five months. We said of those 5 modules, you can stay at home for 2 of them. So that should give us at least some indication that 3/5 of the students should be here all the time. So maybe that's a model you could also use.
What do you do to get them into lecture?
If you say you have like 10 lectures in the semester, you could tell them, yeah, you don't have to be here all the time, but you have to be here like 6 or 7 times. And the other 3 or 4 times you have a free voucher to stay at home. That gives you at least some statistical probability that there is like 2/3 of them here.
Yeah, if the lecture in the morning is hybrid and the lecture in noontime is on site.
That is, of course, something which needs additional planning. Yeah, of course. I mean, but that's a study program problem. That's not a room problem. But I totally see it.
You were telling us you have 700 students in total.
Yeah.
So now you have the high quality providing the teaching and really good lectures and the technical infrastructure. And the third step could be like scaling it up, so making the knowledge, which is now being very inclusive, because you have all the technical infrastructure for more people. If you thought about this idea to make it available also for others, not as non-students, which are not at your university.
I don't exactly understand the question. What do you mean with making available?
Available for others being interested in the lectures being taught who are not your students.
And selling this to these people, or
for example, make it available somehow.
Yes and no. No, theoretically, of course, that's possible, and we are planning to do that. On the other hand, we are a university which needs to finance itself heavily. So we can't give away for free a lot of things. Okay? Just the reality. But of course we could do that. Yeah. I mean, we also, if we have more rooms, what we could also do is like giving the country or other companies or other institutions in the country the possibility to hold their events or lectures and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. It could be additional income for you.
But currently, of course, we are in an experience phase, and therefore we want to sort out problems first.
Maybe one more question. How is the feedback so far of the students with regard to hybrid teaching? Do they like it? Do they enjoy it? Do they see the value of this extra technology within the room?
We don't have all parts installed yet. Therefore, I can't give you a full answer to that. But basically, what they of course like is the flexibility. But what they also realized is that it's only a good lecture if the teacher adapts to a different teaching style. So they are really giving you, if you just want to do the same teaching style, students recognize that and they give you some valuable but negative feedback on that. So you just fall asleep online.
Martin, you have to come to an end.
Yeah.
But we have, just to mention, we have a commenter on the YouTube live stream, and it's Johannes from Liechtenstein actually, and he said, great way for teaching, let me know once the setup is ready to use. So you already have a student to reach out to.
Okay.
Nice, yeah.
If you have more questions, I will be around all day. Just ask me.
Schade, dass man nicht fertig ist, aber muss man noch mit Martin nachschauen. Es ist so ein bisschen inspiriert von dem, was ihr hier macht, aber es ist dann doch nochmal weiterentwickelt oder nochmal anders konzipiert. So, also wie ihr es beschrieben. Und auf Teams eben. Ist das nicht Teams?
So coming up next, we have actually a panel about exam execution in hybrid learning environments, about challenges and also the solutions. Martin will moderate the panel, and And so please take the speakers, please take your seat.
Ja, ich bin immer noch stolz.
Ja, gerne.
Okay, thank you and good morning also from my side. I can promise to you there will be a coffee break afterwards. So it is the 5 of us and Arno, who since we are hybrid, is joining us from at home or from his office. I would like to start with self-introduction of each of us. Maybe I just start myself. I'm working with Martin, who you already heard during this presentation. So I'm a researcher at University of Liechtenstein, and basically the two of us are leading this project. Maybe who wants to introduce himself next?
I mean, I can just go on. My name is Britta Meinert. I come from the University of Mannheim, then went into consulting, and then found my way back to Frankfurt School. So home gang for me today. And I've been a lecturer here for almost 7 years now. And of course, been teaching quite a bit in the hybrid mode after 2 years.
My name is Eduard. I'm currently working at Interstack, which is a blockchain consulting firm founded by the Frankfurt School, partially owned by the Frankfurt School, and also initiated by the Blockchain Center from Philipp Sandner. I completed my master's at Frankfurt School 2 years ago, so in 2020, which was perfect in time when COVID started to hit us all. And yeah, that was the area or place where I got in touch with some hybrid exams and hybrid teaching methods.
Kannst du nochmal die Firma wiederholen oder die Ausgründung, wie die heißt?
Intas.tech.
Intas.tech. Steht auf der Agenda.
Am besten spricht ihr alle ein bisschen lauter.
Okay. Also mein Name ist Raphael Altay. Wie bitte?
English, please.
Oh, sorry. It was like German and English. Sorry. Well, my name is Raphael Altay. I'm 32 years old. I studied in Mannheim and in Heidelberg, and then worked at EY for 5 years in the audit and M&A business, and then shifted my career into startups and tech startups. I was working at Smaggle, which is a consumer app that we developed there. And since 1.5 years, I'm working with the Maliki Corporate Group, which is a conference firm. We do conferences in the banking area and in sustainability and digitalization. And we developed, or I, with my team, developed a software to actually host hybrid events and online events on our platform.
Thank you. So my name is Abhishek Gupta. I'm working in Frankfurt School as head of digital products. I did my MBA from Frankfurt School in 2014. And since then, I'm working in the university. Firstly, I worked in a consulting arm, and now I've moved to IT team 2 years ago, or 2.5 years ago, tackling the hybrid learning.
Thank you. So we would move to you, Arno.
Well, thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
My name is Arno Berntaler. Also myself, I have a background in consulting, started my career at Monitor Deloitte. And since 2017, I'm working on blockchain-related projects, both in the enterprise and startup environment. And I'm co-founder of the DEC Institute, which is a consortia of leading universities in the space of blockchain and crypto. And we are practically 100% online platform for examination of blockchain expertise and knowledge.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so since we are a panel concerning examination, hybrid examination, I would like to start at the students' perspective, because I think students are the first victim of bad type of examination or malfunctioning during the whole process. So my first question for all of us, and maybe Edward and myself, we are basically coming from the classroom shortly. Maybe we can start on that. Would be from a student's perspective, what is the challenges? If you think of moving from a classical on-campus exam to a hybrid. So hybrid exam would mean some can come and take it on the campus and some others take it from online. Maybe first take from your side.
Well, let me share one experience. There was a time when I had this blockchain module from Philipp and also from Christoph Kreiterling, who was doing the keynote a few hours ago. We had this, the whole module was on a block week, and fortunately we were able, it was in April or March 2020, we were able to have all the lectures in class. However, the format of the exams was twofold. We had first one presentation, and the other one was a take-home exam, 24 hours. Now, after completing the lectures, we had one week time to do those exams or the presentation and the take-home exam. However, with the presentation, which was a group work, we're not able to do it in class anymore because that was really the time when they said, hey, we cannot do it, we cannot come in, and Corona and so on. So we were quite fast adapting to the situation. For example, we did a presentation, everyone was at home, we were 5 people, everyone was at home, and we had a Zoom and we recorded basically in Zoom and we finally submitted it in Zoom. And that's it. It was easy to do. There were no challenges for us, at least from myself. It was not that challenging. It even was some kind of a little bit better because you were able, for example, recording the presentation, you can just read everything which is on your screen and you can redo it a few times. But could like the grade at the end could be even better finally. If you do it really perfectly well and prepared much better than in class. So yeah, I don't know actually how everything is going right now with the online courses and so on, but that was the time when I really when everything started, and that was, I guess, some kind of halfway solution. But at the end of the day, it's kind of a format decision, like what type of format do you want to have in the exam, and I think based on that, you can a little bit calibrate how to do it remote or on campus.
Yeah, that's great what you're saying about kind of creative output as an exam, which can be done with much more tools and stuff if you have your computer. And if you have time and if you can be at home and if you can maybe self-manage like everything, timing, you don't even have to, in your group, you don't have to work at the same time in your group, although you are a group. But what I'm really thinking of and kind of critical maybe of that is if it comes to testing of knowledge, a strict standard. In Mannheim, I don't know if you have studied economics, you may have had the 100 questions and then you have your 20 minutes and you need to make your ticks and then either you do it or you lose it. So for me, that's the thing.
Coming back to, I think students are trying to figure out how they can cheat in this exams, right? So there are multiple ways on how they can beat the system. And let's say technology right now is not yet there for a cheat-proof exam, right? And this has become a challenge for everybody, for the lecturer, for the students, and even for the supervisors who are supervising the exams.
So cheating is like possible also on site. So I think
definitely.
I think there's no way that you can like 100% either on site or like in a virtual exam, you cannot avoid cheating. There are some technologies, some firms like Proctor Exam who use like your camera, they share the screen, they record everything, they record your microphone. You have to put up your mobile device with the cameras on, so the whole room is like proctored. And the thing is like, is it not too much, or is there a possibility to shift the cheating, let's say, identification into like a later stage? For example, when correcting the exams, there are also some possibilities to find out if somebody cheated. For example, somebody has done the same mistake as a different student. There is a possibility that there is some cheating going on. So I think, like, if thinking about hybrid examination, we really needed to not overthink this, and we have to compare it always with the on-site exam as well, and like find a good solution for both ways of examination.
Yeah, I totally agree with you that there is still no cheat-proof examination. However, also from the design of the examination, you can try to avoid the possibility of cheating. So, because going from the sort of on-site exam, which is written on paper, there's also a lot of advantages that come with the kind of quizzes that we use here at Frankfurt School and Canvas. You have many opportunities to actually design even better exams, as I feel. So I use a lot of A/B versions, for example. So in an exam where there's around about 25 questions, around 20 of them have like an A and B version, which is of course very easy if it's like a number exam and you just use the different numbers. And we even have the opportunity, I've not used it, to set random numbers so that every student gets a different number, which makes cheating really hard. Then also when correcting the exams, you can easily see where people sort of fell into the traps, and you can really kind of prove that they have been cheating if they have just numbers from the different versions.
Why is cheating such a big issue? Could you just not move to an examination type where you measure the progress or the learning progress of your students in a different way, like not by an examination? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the first question that we had. Here at Frankfurt School, we try to have many different kinds of assessments in every course. So we have at least 2, if not many more, in every course to kind of spread, on the one hand, the kind of the risk for the students, the pressure for the students in the exam that is not the 100% grade, but maybe just 30-40%, and also to account for different kinds of learning, as you say. But I would, at least in my subject, which is marketing, we still have a lot of calculations, and I still have the feeling that the exam is sort of the best way to account for that. But there's clearly other competencies that we try to teach that we then examine in presentations, quizzes, group works, discussions, etc. So we clearly try to take some pressure and points and focus away from the exam, but I still feel that it's a valid way of assessing also the knowledge and what the people have actually learned.
Maybe we'll come back to that from another angle just in a couple minutes, but I would like to offer a chance also to Arno if you wish to say something about that.
Yeah, just about the proctored examination, which has been mentioned before. It's quite interesting to see how those platforms are working and the capabilities they have. I mean, nowadays, the platform we are using is an external service provider from Mercer Metal. They have AI proctored solution where they can detect if someone is looking away from the screen. They are recording the voice and the surrounding in the room. So for me, it would be really interesting to see if it's actually possible to cheat with that solution, because I have the feeling it's almost impossible. Because it is really tracking certain movements of hands or looking down to a phone, for example. It can even detect. And after one has done an exam, we get a report with highlighted areas that are under, for private review. So we can have a look at the video and see if someone actually cheated or not. So compared to an in-class examination where you have 150 people sitting in a room with two professors running around, I assume the online is much better. Obviously, for me, the question a little bit is a cultural question. Do we want to bring people away from going physically to the university? I personally have the feeling that everything online is very much appreciated in the professional world. In the age of 30 plus MBAs, where people have, work on the side much more than MBA and than master or bachelor students have. For me, the major experience as a bachelor and master students is the physical interaction with people on site. It's the first time you're an adult in your life. You're probably living abroad, sitting in your WG in front of the screen for the half of the time. It's just, I think, worse. Yeah, it's not perfect.
Yeah. One thing I would be interested in, because you mentioned you have a recording of the examination and you get a signal for private review if the student has cheated. Who has the obligation of proof? Because if I'm the student, I take the exam, I look to my side somewhere, maybe it's just myself staring at my feet to think a bit about the question, but you as teacher or a supervisor, from not looking physically at me, you could think, oh, there's his phone. And who is it to prove that there is a phone or is not a phone? And I think that's quite difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, that's difficult. There is, nonetheless, there is kind of a pre-assessment where a candidate gets informed and explained how this platform works. And it's being, asked not to look for a too long time, in the left or in the right direction for thinking reasons. That's obviously a limitation, right? Because if everyone needs to have the freedom to look wherever he wants in an assessment and in an examination. I agree to that. So it's not as flexible as a physical exam. We are, for example, now moving away from using only the Mercer Metal platform. We will also use Pearson VUE. You guys probably know Pearson VUE as one of the largest network of physical test centers worldwide. From the reason that a lot of candidates probably don't have the possibility to actually do an examination online. For Wi-Fi reasons where the connection is not stable, probably some kids or family restrictions at home, where people might interrupt and run into the screen. So there are people who might have benefits in doing a physical examination compared to others. And that's why I think this flexibility of letting candidates choose what they prefer is the way to go.
So I would like to add to Arnold's discussion there. So the tools that we use in Frankfurt School interrupts students in the middle of the exam to record the room that they're sitting in, so that actually we can verify whether there's a mobile phone or there's just a floor he's sitting on and looking at. So there are some possibilities already in the proctoring tool. And I think proctoring tool developers are acknowledging that they need to make this even better and to have an environment where students are secured to give an exam, and also the lecturer feels even more secured to conduct an exam in that environment, right? So that was just the point that I wanted to make.
Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah. Okay, so we have talked now a bit about external partners, cooperation between a university or college with firm or any kind of service provider during the examination process. What I'm thinking about when I hear of that, is that even possible? Will there be legal problems at some institutions because they are forced to have the examination in-house? And clearly, on the other hand, there are advantages. Those service providers, examination providers, they are focusing on examination, so they have much more time to spend to make the experience good for student, for teacher, for administrator, for everyone. Maybe we can balance the arguments with disadvantages and advantages. So from my side, I'm a little bit critical outsourcing the most important thing of the university, which is grading and providing diplomas, to someone else, because why should they study here if they don't even take the exam with me? So,
can I start?
Of course, yes.
No, sorry, because we just talked about it. That's why I thought I'd jump in. So for me, so what's the core business of a university? In my view, it's definitely not the technical assessment platform. That's not the core business of a university. That's almost, if you would say, each university needs to build its own Zoom application for video conferencing. That's not your core business. The core business is knowledge distribution, and the assessment is kind of, a necessary step, but it's not the core business. So I think that an organization that is building technical tools to enable a university to be better in what they're doing, they might be much better than 200,000 universities building their own assessment platform. And then if you talk about collaboration across universities and so on, and then the nightmare begins. So for me, I think those assessment platforms and examination platforms, even video conferencing platforms, it's, in my view, quite good that they are, a centralized institution providing that as a service to universities, than each university trying to build their own thing.
And developing such a platform is really complex. It's nothing easy that a university just can do in like 2 weeks or something. It's really difficult. You have to have a very specific knowledge, and you have to have a really good team. And I think there are other ways where you can, like, for example, put the software on the university servers with like technicians administrating the software, maybe also auditing the software to ensure that the software has like 100% working well, so to say, the software. And I think this is a way where you can say, okay, let's take the software of the specialized firm, which like offers all the functionalities that we need, put them on our own servers, administer everything, and then maybe this is a solution to like counteract any concerns with the software. So that's a possibility.
Yeah. So I would maybe like to spend one more question on the student and on the general perspective, and then go to the lecturers side for one or two more questions. From the audience, we had the question about examination styles. It's not exactly the same thing, but what I was also thinking is different fields of studies. So for example, I have economics and business studies background, a little bit law background. What I have not is any practical background, so to say. I'm not an architect, but we have lots of architects at our university. I'm not an engineer. I only need basically paper and pen or a computer, and others, they need physical material. And this is really a challenge to me. How do we provide hybrid exams for people who create physical objects? Can we do that? Should we think of maybe having computer programs that allow to work in 3 dimensions, maybe use virtual reality, or would we say no, some kind of exams just have to be on campus? What do you think? How much can we dare basically in new concepts?
I think from Frankfurt School perspective, we cannot answer these questions because we are a finance and management school. So our exams are pretty much paper-based or not pertaining to physical objects in the house, right? But I can relate to some of the question types that we come up. For example, we have a lot of master programs in data analytics and also in blockchain, which is starting very soon. And these exams will definitely contain a lot of questions regarding programming. So that is a big challenge on how to enable students to write a program during the exam while a lecturer is able to grade this as well. And unfortunately, there's no such system at this moment that I've been able to find. And some of the lecturers from the faculty members come to me and ask, can we get a move on this? But I say, sorry, but the market is just not able to provide these type of questions. Somehow you have to have a balance where you can say, okay, some of the questions cannot be done in these type of settings. Some of the questions that can be taken care of in this setting.
Did you want to add anything, Arno?
You know, I fully agree. The difficulty when it comes to applied knowledge versus academic knowledge is very much relevant when you speak about coding, for example, where you really need to write code and verify if the code is correct or not. And also, you know, someone who is an engineer, he's only, you know, able to write good code if he's able to test it in the same time. And it became much more relevant now with smart contracts, obviously, from the blockchain space, that you actually review code that you are deploying. So that's difficult, and that's especially difficult with those online assessment platforms where the question types are very limited to multiple choice and some case studies, sentence completion, and that kind of forms. But what we would require is kind of a sandbox where people can write code and deploy code, and in an assessment platform that doesn't really exist yet. I'm only aware at Lucerne University of Applied Sciences that they have built for their engineering class their own kind of sandbox environment for assessing the coding skills of engineers, but that's in a very early stage.
So if we move to the lecturer's perspective, maybe if we do the mind game, we start with classical on-campus, maybe even on-campus on-paper exams. And now when we introduce to this course hybrid examination, as a lecturer, I will have to create the papers that I received and also the digital form of someone. So this might even take more time for me than only looking at the papers and going through the papers, or then only having it online. How would you balance the benefit of offering it hybrid? People can come if they want, people can stay at home if they want. That's the benefit. But the cost is that you have different forms, digital and physical, that you need to go through. How can we balance that? Should we maybe only offer one of the forms? Or
I don't know how it's been handled at other universities, but here at Frankfurt School, everyone, whether you're on campus or online, has an online exam. And to be honest, I cannot imagine any other scenario. It's simply not fair if some people have an exam on paper and others have it on a computer, because some things take longer on the paper, some things are maybe easier on the computer. So I assume that it would, first of all, have to be the same setting. That's why we chose for the fully online exam. And then you have some challenges like do they all sort of get the same information? If there's a question, we've had these issues, is that there's a question and you clarify the questions in the room, when are the online participants going to have the answer to that question, etc. So that's, I think, more the challenges that we are facing here because we are fully online. I don't know if there's any university that has paper exams on campus and online exams at home.
Yeah, we had during the pandemic, everyone had to write the exam at home, but you could choose if you type it on your computer or if you write it by hand and then scan it. And this particular exam it had advantages if you had the chance to do some sketches or whatever by hand. And on the other side, you can type faster than writing. So basically you had to decide, what am I better in? Do I need the freedom of my hand or just type? So that's the thing. You said fairness, and that's basically the decision as a student. It's my obligation to decide, and basically either I'm punished because I did a bad decision, or I'm rewarded. But I think maybe as a teacher, we don't want to force students to take such decisions. We just want to check the progress of their learning and not base the grading on one decision. So fairness is really an issue, I think. Also, if we talk about mode of examination, like writing an essay or doing calculations or having presentations, as always, for some it's easier to do the other or to this one. And so fairness is really an issue.
With a lot of things, also with the device that the person uses to conduct the exam, there are people that, you know, like have not enough money to buy the right equipment. And I think this is also an issue that needs to be considered when talking about hybrid examination. It's not available for everybody, you know, so.
Yeah. How do you conduct your exams, your digital exams? Are there devices or do students need to bring the device?
So they do need to bring their devices, and mostly it's online, so they can do it at home. And the tool that we have allows students to do it offline as well. So there's an app for a desktop, and they can download the exam just like 1 day before or 2 days before, whenever the exam is released. And they can do it offline if the internet connection breaks or something. The tool records and then just uploads everything whenever the internet connection is back. So coming back to the fairness, I would still ask, was it even fair when you had traditional classrooms for examinations? Some people were really good in doing the presentations. Some people were not yet there because of different skills that we have. So I think the assessment needs to change, not just focus on one exam at the end of the course. For some, it works for Orthodox professors, but it really works for them because they've been doing that for ever, yes. For example, many of our faculty members have adapted their assessment along with the program management. So they sometimes do grade the in-class participations, also the presentations, group works, and then they come back to the final exam. So final exam is, let's say, 25% of the component. I think you can agree with me on that one.
Yeah, totally. That's actually what I was going to say, because this whole session is called hybrid exam. That's what I was going to say. Like, we have a lot of different forms, and also coming back to your point of saying, do we need exams at all? As I said, I believe we do need exams, but we need to shift some away from that. Although, of course, in any of the other settings, like participation or also presentations, we have the same issues, right? So for participation, I used to have that, but in the first year of hybrid teaching, I decided not to ever have that again in hybrid settings, because at that time it was also very hard because the microphones weren't as good as they are today. So people at home could not hear what people in the room were saying, etc. So participation was really hard to grade fairly at that time. Might be possible today. Also with presentations, the question is, because for example, I have a PNG case in my master's class, and we have been doing this hybrid for the 3rd time last week. And it's really a challenge also because the groups that are presenting on campus, they can, of course, sort of have a very interactive and entertaining presentation, whereas that's a lot harder for those holding their presentation online. Or we even had hybrid presentations due to isolation issues with some people in the room, others online, which is, of course, a lot harder to have. So once again, paying into that fairness discussion.
I mean, I can really, confirm all those points. Especially, I had the marketing course with you, and we also had this PNG course before COVID. Everything worked fine, and the main point here is really the risk diversification, I would call it. You will get one grade, but it's divided into more components. And in your case, I'm remembering correctly, we had the normal exam, typical exam. For calculations, we had the presentation and also the class participation grade. Here, I don't know if the need for the hybrid examination topic is really that high. If you really do this, if you really have this risk diversification by dividing it into these different components. For example, also the course with Philipp Sandner, where we had this 24 open book exam. We had 24 hours time for it. We can do it at home. We can do it here, whatever. But there was everything. There's not even the question of fraud prevention, you know? We don't have to talk about this anymore. And 24 hours and you could ask anything. You could do some calculations, okay, that could be hard because people could cheat, but the requirements for those kind of assessment are higher from the perspective of a lecturer, I would say. And we had everything. We had a small essay we had to write, we had some slides we had to prepare, and so on. There were a lot of topics. And I think people should just start thinking about adapting to those new assessment types. We had one, I think I remember one course where I had almost 100% was based on a typical exam, 100% of the grade. And as far as I remember, that was my worst grade at Frankfurt School.
If I could add on that shortly, I agree. But the difficulty is, I think that assessment is quite a huge work, especially for professors if they put the focus on the teaching and not on the assessment, right? And if each professor would need to do its own assessment with different styles and possibilities, that's a massive amount of work. And that's actually the reason why, just as a side info, DEC Institute was founded in the first place, because the topic is rather multidimensional in blockchain, from business to regulatory to legal to technology, that if each professor would need to create its own assessments would have quite a low quality. So for me, a little bit the question, to what extent can universities collaborate in this assessment activity, which is a huge work for the university itself, and experience is always rather limited for the students. It's not the core business of a university. So I think if we take marketing as a topic, I'm pretty sure if 10 universities would agree on some kind of hybrid form, the output and the quality of exams would significantly increase, I have to feel. That's just motivation or some personal view I just came up with.
I don't know how much time we have.
Yeah,
but I
you
would
can
like
take a last take.
Yeah. So I would like to add, we as a university can be very innovative, but there are some people sitting above the universities, and those are regulations.
Yeah.
We are triple crowned, and we have to follow certain kind of regulations to conduct assessments. And we cannot, let's say, bypass some of the regulations. We have to stick to them for our reaccreditations that comes up 5 years or 2 years. And then some of the German accreditations also are very strict on it. So this is something that needs to change in the whole framework. And this probably has to be initiated by the accreditation bodies on how do we help students to get the best learning outcome from the universities. Is it the orthodox kind of assessments, which is just lifting and shifting to the technology, or is it change in the whole system?
Yeah, I think we need to wrap it up here. It's time is running out, but you are, as you are here, you're invited to keep in touch with us to maybe discuss now in the coffee break if you have some questions. We are all open to discussion. And I thank you all again. Thank you also, Arno, for joining us online. And thank you for the attention.
Ja, genau. Ich ziehe Schulterliegen rein. Ja, die hat alles It's too that I sometimes Hello. Also, oh, you? I'm good. Yeah, sorry. Let's get some. No matter what you think of it, it's going to spread. So it's
my relations. Seminar and I could really to come here to visit some. So I
This kind of That's my connection. Yes, you can start. You have time. You can use it later. It's really comfortable. We are 50 minutes past, so we have time for 12. So half an hour. Yeah.
So let's get started. Maybe give another minute for everybody to settle down from outside. Julian is getting people inside the room.
How many?
Okay. Thank you. Hello and welcome everybody to the speech of our presentation, Tool and Technology for Implementing Hybrid Teaching. I'm going to talk about Frankfurt School and the experience that we had since last 3 years on tackling hybrid challenges and how we're still tackling them. And please feel free to interrupt and ask questions. You can only if there are any questions over here. So my name is Abhishek, and I'm working in 7 years. I'm a student and 2 years ago, I moved to IT team. Let's say that time it was a bit more broader. Digital transformation was my role. And the first project, or the second project that I started working on was hybrid classrooms. And we started our journey, let's say in July 2020. But I'm going to, let's take a step back and talk about our agenda. So I'm going to talk about our journey so far, the status quo at Frankfurt School. I think you all can see what is the status quo, but we're going to go a bit more in details on that. And then I want to talk about beyond the media technology on how to engage the students as well in hybrid classrooms. Then the last question that is all for us, are we ready? And we're going to discuss a little bit more on that topic, right? So let's get started. What is hybrid in education? Currently, there's no research or there's no data on what is hybrid in education. Everybody's tackling this question or everybody's coming up with solutions on their own. So they talk about blended learning. They talk about virtual classrooms that you saw in the morning, or you had the privilege to see along with my colleague Felix. But what is really hybrid? I think the answer is still not there, at least not from the research side. And I think I will leave it there, but it's some food for thought for all of us. And I'm going to talk about what is hybrid for Frankfurt School in a couple of minutes. So let's reflect on the journey. 2017, 2019, beginning of 2020, everybody is in the classroom like we are here. And then everything goes haywire. Yes, so we have to shift within one night. Overnight, we had to shift. Some of the lecturers adapted very quickly, went online in Zoom. I think Britta was one of them. I did some supports there, but
I remember that day we closed. It was
yes.
Friday, 13th of March. We had the first COVID case here.
Yep.
We had a fire alarm, and everyone had to leave the building. That was at 3. And at 8 o'clock in the evening, I had my Zoom account and the first online Zoom teaching session. And on Monday, I went teaching on Zoom. So that was really transition at fast pace. Yes.
And kudos to everybody who managed to do that. I mean, we all came through these challenges, right? But in 2020, when we went into the first lockdown, we came up with some emergency solution. And I think we still have this solution in some of the classrooms, which are not very much used for hybrid teaching. And what does emergency solution looks like is this, right? Not to go on the brand, but you see there's a microphone and there's a camera. And the existing media technology that was already in the classroom. And Zoom, which was allowing screen share, along with the camera and the microphone. But this is not what Frankfurt School students expect. They expect much more because, after all, coming back from my own MBA experience, the classroom setting is much more different. You know, we talk, we discuss cases, we interact with the lecturer, and we brainstorm as well in the lecture. So this is not the solution that we wanted, right? Or we did. So the management board comes and says, let's develop something new and something innovative. Please present a concept. But we didn't have anything in the solution market, nothing acceptable, right? And then I came across one of our partner here sitting, Sebastian from Vistaphone, whom we talked a lot and discussed what is hybrid. So we started with working on a concept, but before that, we needed to discuss what our objectives are, right? If we start strategizing about hybrid classrooms, we have to be ready to tackle the long-term solution. It's not about short-term, because in the beginning itself, we realized hybrid is going to stay even after 2-3 years of pandemic, and let's see if it stays or not, but we are ready for that. So what are the objectives? Enabled environment to deliver education hybrid format. We're not talking about lifting and shifting of the classroom experiences with some cameras and microphones. We're talking beyond. We're talking about innovation in didactics. We're talking about innovation from the faculty side. We're talking innovation from the technology side. And this is one of the leading objectives for us. Enabling engagement from the audience. As I mentioned, my own experience, I could interrupt the lecturer anytime in teaching and ask questions. That was not possible in the emergency solution. It was, but if the online student cannot hear what the lecturer is talking about very clearly and forget about the students sitting in the classroom, how they can interact, right? So that was, every voice is heard, every video is seen. And there you can see some microphones and some cameras, some of the technology that can help. And then, of course, enabling an environment to deliver FS-style education that I was always talking about, right? This is very unique to Frankfurt School. And I'm proud to say that I was a student and I could experience this. How could I bring this to the students coming online in hybrid format? So these are three key objectives. And the fourth one I moved because that is a long-term objective that I want to achieve personally, but let's see if we manage there. Any other questions so far before I go into this slide? So let's talk about hybrid classrooms at FS, Status-quo. So these are our classrooms. For my colleague earlier, Martin, right? You mentioned a lot of challenges that you faced. We started early in 2020, building these classrooms that you're sitting in right now. And this is some of the pictures that we captured during the COVID cycle. As you can see, there are some glasses as well. There were glasses here. That was to prevent COVID infection spreading around. It felt like a zoo, students sitting in a zoo and talking. Even the students sitting in the classrooms could not hear the lecturer very properly because of these glasses. And they created an echo. It's how could we solve this technologically? Very difficult. But we managed somehow, and the lecturers were very cooperative in this. But we wanted to build a one-touch solution. That means the lecturer can do it on its own if they need. If they're new, they need some onboarding, and we'll come how we tackle those things. So they can start the room using this touch panel, which was coexist. And our partners understood the needs right from the beginning. And they helped us, guiding us and building technology from the technological point of view in these classrooms with the existing classrooms that we have. So you see, this is a beautiful classroom, acoustically well, low ceiling. You can hear everything in the classroom if I speak louder. I think even online people can hear everything in the room that is happening. If an online participant asks a question, in classrooms can hear, right? And then we gave some more functionalities for the lecturer to control, sharing content from the laptop, from this touch PC that we have. I'm going to show you how it looks like in a minute. So what you can see in the middle of the picture is a lot of online students with students in the classroom. And this is what actually classroom looks like. If we had more people on the Zoom side, you would see the videos there. And this is like what Martin mentioned, building an extra row in the classroom. This was also our idea, right? But we had limitations within the room because this room is not designed to have a hybrid setup, right? But we managed somehow. This teacher's desk is not manageable to have all the technology inside, but we have somehow fit everything inside and everything operates properly, yeah? Let's talk a little bit about our components. I'm going more into technology, but bear with me, we're going to come back to it. As we mentioned, there are two cameras. One is following here, the lecturer. One is on the audience that is right behind on the screen. So that if a lecturer is talking to the online students, they can switch the camera and they have an eye-to-eye contact. And what we did, many lecturers came back to say, we can't use digital whiteboards. They're not our cup of tea. We need to use the normal whiteboards, and please make it digital. What we did, we went to the market, we saw a Captivo solution there, which actually presents everything online and streams the whiteboard real time. It also allows to integrate, the students can also follow the lecture whiteboard on the browser. And this is something that many lecturers who are still orthodox in style of teaching where they don't want to use whiteboards, digital whiteboards, still love this feature. Many lecturers came back and say, I don't want to speak 8 hours loud enough because my voice hurts. So we had to come up with solutions. We built a microphone and gave them a handheld microphone as well in these classrooms, right? The current status quo is we have 23 of these classrooms built in 2 months. And we managed supply chain risk, we managed technical challenges, and we are here so far. Just a small video to show. Let's see if it plays, yes. This is basically what our concept looks like. The video was designed by our technology partner, Vistafone. So as you can see, the concept behind is lecture camera, audience camera, microphones, digital whiteboards. So we try to bring technologically what is possible inside these classrooms to enable our lecturers to teach and to enable our students to learn effectively. That was our classrooms, but let's take a step in parallel directions, how to engage students online, right? We all talked about how to motivate students that are learning from home. They're sitting in their pajamas, ironing boards, and so, right? How do you engage them? We do have some tools. We all have seen this, I guess, right? We have seen Miro, a collaborative digital whiteboard, which our lecturer uses very much. But they can use everything on this touch screen with a touch pen, which if they want, or they bring their own iPads, or they touch PCs, or laptops, whatever you say. And they have access to these tools. Many of them are using them very efficiently. For example, some of the faculty members from marketing faculty, they use this on a daily basis to engage students, to collaborate with students, to give them homework. We all have seen Kahoot, right? How many of you played quizzes? If not, we're going to do some a bit later. But this is some interactive app which enables online students and as well in-class students and helps lecturer to engage students. So these are just enabling lecturer to have, engage students. We cannot do much beyond if the lecturer is not able to change teaching style or to adapt to it. Yeah. We also use Slido in-house, which is basically polling, and we also use this for other events. We all have seen these tools, and there are many, many other tools that are available in the market which do the similar things. It's just that we have to find the right tools which work for our classrooms. And many of these are not found by me or by my team in the IT. They come from the lecturer, or they come from the students. We just have to go with the wishes sometimes. We have to enable them to use these tools. So that was a bit more on the software side, but I want to talk about journey with challenges, right? My colleague Martin mentioned a few that they are still facing. Unfortunately, we are not, right? So let's talk about technical challenges. Yes, there were technical challenges because we were building on a legacy system. If we build on something on legacy system, everybody has experiences. The new systems do not work unless we rip every component apart and try to install it with the new concept, right? So that was a challenge which our technical partners came across, and they did. Within the first 2 months, we built 23 rooms. If you imagine, we had the privilege, not to say, but it was total lockdown. We had the campus for us, so we could move, we could do everything in the classrooms, we could drill, we could change the cables without disturbing classrooms because there were no classrooms happening here. So that was one of the challenges that we came across and we were able to solve. We still have it. I'm going to be honest, but we have brought it down to so much so that we can solve the problems within 5 minutes, unless it comes to hardware replacement. Global supply chain issues, yes, everybody faced it. I don't know how you managed, Sebastian, to come over this risk. You got all the components within 20 days, right? For 23 classrooms.
It was easy.
At the time,
it was quite a challenge, and the network was needed. Basically, this is all the components you see and all the manufacturers part of parts of them. So we have a good network. I think we work together to do the job and we are also doing that in a very difficult time.
Well, this is very important, right? Personal challenge. If you put more technology in front of people, people are already scared. Let's talk about a generation which is not to me. I'm 32 years old. I'm still young, very tech savvy, but comparing to a lecturer who has been 60 years old and has to face with all these technologies, how do you take them on? How do you enable them to use these classrooms? One was that. The other is he's still facing is getting the right support staff with the right knowledge to enable or to help us solve the technical problems. The first one we came across, I did spend 40 hours in onboarding different lecturers. Sometimes it was a filled classroom like this. Sometimes it was just personal interaction with one lecturer. You need to spend 15 minutes. If you explain them how to do it, they will understand. Then they come up with their own setups. I've been using, during COVID times, I'm using iPad. I'm also using my laptop. And then I also want to use the touchscreen. How do I do that? You have to walk them, you have to help them understand that there are some limitations because we are all facing there. And there are some kind of possibilities that you can do during your setup, right? So we are still doing that. And my colleagues from the IT service desk are still doing that on a daily basis. Then when we started building the system, we never knew whether Zoom is going to stay for long, whether German regulations will allow it, because it was emergency solution for Germany for Zoom to be used in the classrooms because of GDPR corrections or whatnot, regulations. Yeah, Germany is filled with regulations. Let's be honest with that. How do we scale this later on? How do I within one night, what Britta mentioned, shifted from traditional to Zoom. How do I shift my classrooms from Zoom to Teams or to WebEx? And that is possible. And it's really not that difficult, right? Sebastian, it's just we need to prepare some things and we just press a button and then everything's shifting. So the idea behind building these systems, if we engage more students and more students like it, they will get a feedback. How do we enable this feedback going into the system? We had to build this loop. And that's why scalability of the system is very important. Whenever we try to build a new system, new innovation, we have to be adaptive. We have to take the feedback and build this inside the system. So I want to talk now beyond the media technology. What we all mentioned, and I've been traveling around this year with many conferences. Let's see the future. How old are you guys, if I may ask? You're some students, right?
Yes, 26.
26. How many years have you done on Zoom teaching?
Teaching.
Learning or teaching?
Since 2020.
3 years, right? Imagine even a younger generation. How many of you have kids, right? So they all learned on Zoom. They all got used to it. When the pandemic, online learning both formally, informally, begins their university search online, they also attend online open days to see where the shift is coming to. Expects an element of digital delivery. I mean, you mentioned about the YouTube videos or videos that you uploaded for the students, and then there was 17% of click rate. But this needs to set within the didactics to enable students to learn and get the nuggets out of the teaching. Right? So it has to be designed very well. They may learn flexibly, right? Today here, tomorrow online, day after tomorrow somewhere in Dubai, learning on the airport, right? So we have to enable this from the university perspective. So this is what the future is, right? Now, how many do you believe hybrid is here to stay? If I may ask, if you want to raise your hands, right? I see maximum going up. And this is actually what research also shows just by Googling, yes? And I think we have to be ready for the shift that is coming. Are we ready? Last question for the presentation. Paradigm shift that is coming. Disruption in education industry is coming. I was there in the biggest tech conference of the world in London. And the first slide they put on, disruption is coming in the next 3 years in education. It might not be from the universities, might be from the edtech companies. Are we ready for that? I don't think so. We don't know what is coming, right? So how can we prepare ourselves? Well, we can do some things. For me personally, apart from what COVID did as bad things, I took the crisis as an opportunity to innovate, to maximize our space, to build these classrooms, to see if this is possible or not. It might be, there's a huge risk that might fail. It's okay, but I have the support from the management board who's willing to take these risks and bet on 5 to 6 million euros to see this risk happening, right? Then it comes right from the top. We need strategic innovation at the institutional level. If the management board says hybrid is not here to stay, you cannot do anything about it. They first needs to be convinced. Then they trickle down with many initiatives, with many working groups, which work in parallel to enable the institution to go hybrid. And this is still a journey that we're going to take for many years. We're still nowhere close to finding the best solution that's going to work. We are all struggling here. We are coming up with solutions that we see the best fit that is coming, right? And then finding the best strategy. For example, in Frankfurt School, we are not totally hybrid. We have Bachelor of Arts, which is online, which is virtual. Then Bachelor of Science, which is totally on campus, right, Mountain, right? And then we have pre-experience masters, which is going hybrid, and post-experience somewhere. So this is somewhere a fit to deliver best in the hybrid, because as I mentioned, we are all suffering from the challenges, personal challenges, technology challenges, scalability. how do we best tackle these things? So this is a way to do it. We don't know whether it's going to work. We are testing. We just started. We're going to see the results next year. If it does, then yes. And then during the panel, we mentioned collaboration, cooperation, and building the community around these solutions to help each other, right? Today, we are here to learn. And I think we need more of that to visit other universities, to bring in collaboration from what works in your university, what works in my university, what works in the other university, and to find the best solution there. So if I may engage, I would like to play a Kahoot game. So if you don't mind, please take out your phones. I will just share.
Can you make a QR code a bit bigger? Maybe? You click on the QR code.
See an experience from the lecturer coming in this.
And you have to make the sound a little bit louder.
There's no sound. Yeah. Oh yes, there's some volume. Okay, let me know once everybody is ready to go. We get started. Let me start. We have 4 questions, so it's just going to take, I think, 4 or 5 minutes of the time. You're going to see the questions on the screen, on the top. Oh, that was okay. That was unexpected from my side, yes. You want to go next? Any comments on this one? Any would like to comment? Yes.
That's a question that maybe further out, because I wanted to know your opinion about learning within the metaverse. Do you see the metaverse as a learning space can be integrated in the hybrid learning system you are currently performing, or is this something completely different where there is a different experience?
I will answer these questions after the poll when I open the floor up. Yeah. Thank you for the question. Yes.
Can I answer this question?
If you don't mind, I would like to continue further.
I
was right.
I think nobody understands what the metaverse is.
Exactly, yeah.
But the metaverse is probably also a hybrid version of life, of digital life. And that's why I think hybrid learning will be a part of the metaverse.
We're going to talk about some initiatives at Frankfurt School that we've already taken forward. And I would like to answer these questions after the poll, yeah? So let's go for the second one. Disconnecting technique conference. If I may ask, somewhat, who means with somewhat what? If I may ask some more clarifications. Yes, sorry, I'll come back to it.
So in the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned there is no clear definition of what hybrid is.
Yes.
Right? So I would say that in my case, and I will present after you, I don't have a physical teaching method. It's everything's digital and online. So is this hybrid? you know. So my definition of hybrid, and I will mention it in my presentation, is a bit different. So, but it's really about like digital learning, because there are also like hybrids of digital teaching.
Yes.
So that's why I answered somewhat, because
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Right. I'm not really hybrid because I don't have the physical component.
That's right. Right. So we don't have a clear definition, right? You had a comment?
Well, yeah, so I'm hybrid by spirit, so I'm completely on the hybrid side, but sometimes, I'm just too lazy to carry all camera and stuff and things if I go into a room that is just not prepared. So it's more like a somewhat.
Okay, thank you. I think this will help the researchers to get the definition on what can be the outcome of hybrid living. I think we all understand what is flexibility from students' perspective, but still need to understand what is flexibility from the lecturer's side. If they're ready on a daily basis to tackle this, what Martin raised the question in the beginning, right? Next question and the last of it, as I promised. Okay, that is fair enough. I understand. I understand where technical challenges are coming on because we face them every day. I also understand what is people, but may I ask if who answered people and could elaborate a little bit more, 1 or 2 comments? Yes, Felix.
Yeah, talking about the people part, I mean, I'm representing a solution provider for hybrid and virtual learning. I know what technology is capable of. I've seen it put to use, but I also see how even when you provide great technology, you need to get the people on board. And if you don't have the people on board, you can provide the greatest virtual or hybrid classroom, it's not going to work. Right? So it's really critical that you bring both together, good technology and take the people along, onboard them well. That's really a key component.
That's true. That's true. I think we might have a lecture.
Yeah, same. As I was mostly thinking about students not turning on their cameras and not sort of wanting to be in this hybrid setting, and that's what kind of frustrates me.
Yeah.
That's the challenge here.
Coming to that, I think we also have regulatory restrictions on why we cannot allow students to, let's say they have the choice to switch on the camera or not. When they don't have this choice, I think we might make a big step forward to deliver hybrid education. And this is, I think, very much pertaining in Germany, where we come from, right? So thank you guys for the quiz. Now I would like to open up the floor for discussion but let's thank my project team, everybody who's involved in this project, yes. And yes, it was a collaborative project, a challenge that we have come across, and I think we are riding the wave very nicely. Thank you for your attention. That would be from me, but any questions? Coming back to your questions, we had the first one. Metaverse, I think it's very new. What I think Metaverse is very, very, very new. We don't know how it's going to work in future or what are the use cases for it. For now, gamers are always using this. They're always ahead of the curve when it comes to using the technology because they want to get people hooked up. And I think Metaverse is going there. What at Frankfurt School I can speak of, we have taken some initiatives where we're trying to bring Metaverse close to our education delivery. But I cannot yet say whether it's going to be in this setting in hybrid, or is it going to be totally in metaverse. That is somewhere we have to experiment. We have to find the results, and we have to take the feedback very actively from students, lecturers, and the technology, and develop something and balance these things out, right? So I unfortunately do not have correct answer for this.
I'm not sure if you, for example, if you want to have something in the metaverse, if everyone needs to wear virtual reality glasses, for example, then it would be only metaverse and not really hybrid, because it would be too difficult to have both worlds together. So yeah, that's the question: how to access the metaverse and if there is interconnection between them.
Exactly. How do we come back to the question when Alex asked is, how do we build objects in the exams?
Maybe in the break,
sure,
because we are not really on time.
Oh, sorry for that.
If you don't mind. But
welcome to the conference.
Physically metaverse, or you can have different types of metaverse. For example, there are a couple of projects out there. For example, Decentraland, which is one open metaverse. There's the one, the vision from Mark Zuckerberg, which is then like a centralized metaverse. You cannot use this yet, but for example, Decentraland you can use, and a lot of brands already bought space there. You can buy an area of this metaverse. For example, Adidas went they also some consulting firms, you know. For example, coffee shop.
From my point of view, I'm really critical. I need to go prison course.
So next up, I'd like to welcome Maria Eneva-Olms with a presentation about the use case of hybrid learning courses and distance learning at scale. So stage should be still open.
Deloitte in their onboarding. Not all Deloitte positions, but some they are related to blockchain technology. They have in the onboarding session central and space.
So guys, until my presentation loads, I have an answer to the metaverse question because we're building something to it. So I can tell you the advantages, disadvantages, what is possible, how it will look like, and what is not possible right now. So stay tuned. Unfortunately, I didn't put this in my presentation, so I don't have any visuals about this, but I can speak about it because I understand this is a very hot topic. So we can discuss this.
Such a big presentation. Right, 1 second. Like this.
Okay.
Sorry for the outflow. It should work.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, works. Perfect.
It works.
All right.
All right, so hello everyone. My name is Maria Eneva-Olms, and today I will speak to you about my interpretation of hybrid learning, which in my case is more of a digital learning, because my company is mostly focused on digital learning. The reason is that we train people from emerging countries. So we cannot put everyone in one space. We have people from Africa, Southeast Asia, the LATAM region. So of course, we have to utilize a digital learning platform. I'll also talk about the challenges in digital learning. How do people want to learn? How we figured out that people want to learn? And how are we bringing this hybrid learning to thousands of people all over the world? And of course, real life examples. And I understand the metaverse is a very big topic. So I will just focus on the metaverse in the last section. Okay, so who am I? I'm the founder of Ecolens, and Ecolens is a recruitment platform where we also teach people in very specific blockchain professions. So what we do is we teach people to become Solidity developers, marketers, community managers, content creators, and work for blockchain companies. And we have a recruitment platform to match the people that we train with potential employers. I used to be a financial services professional, and now I'm a blockchain founder and educator. I have my own YouTube channel called Ledger Nation, where I interview blockchain professionals about their careers and how they got into blockchain and their area of expertise. So it's also about learning different blockchain concepts. And I'm also in the board of directors of the Global Blockchain Women Alliance, where we create training programs on the topic of blockchain for women in Africa. Ecolens, as I already told you, is an online training and recruitment platform. Since our first launch, since our first training program in May this year, we have trained 650 people, or more than 650 people. We have over 2,000 people that are subscribed for our teaching, and 30% of these people found jobs with blockchain companies during or directly after our training. We focus on the most demanded, sorry, what happened?
I think it's Diana.
Okay.
Oh, she's sharing for you because of the outline.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. Okay, we're focused on the most demanding blockchain professions, or the most demanded blockchain professions. And these are the content creators, community managers, and the developers. Next year, we're going to bring more professions such as gamers, auditors, regulatory experts, lawyers. This will be other professions that we will train. Now I cannot flip. Oh, okay. So I will speak about learning at scale now, or my interpretation of digital learning and learning at scale. So for me, everything started with platforms like Coursera. So if we think about learning at scale, how can you train thousands of people? These are these pre-recorded courses on Coursera. And I was a client as well, Udemy, Coursera, also the LinkedIn courses. However, if I have to be honest, I only finished one course. I've subscribed to probably 20. I finished only one course. The reason is, and I always try to judge what are the problems based on what are my problems. Then I ask other people, what are your problems? And very often they're the same problems. So very often the problems are that, let me flip on the next one. Okay, that there is no community. So you learn alone. You have these courses, you watch the videos, but then you don't have anyone to talk about it, to learn together, to discuss. There is a forum below the video normally, but like it's never up to date and people are not answering immediately. So you don't really have a community to discuss with. There is no direct support in case of questions. Sometimes the questions are getting answered, sometimes not. There is no customization. So that means that, let's say, if I want to learn something more about the topic, there is no way someone will explain it to me or I will get more materials about it. And also, there is no work experience. I just watch this video and there is no assignment normally, or even if there is an assignment, it's always the same for 6 months or for a year. And it's not really practical. It's not with a real company. Like in the real world, imagine we have the apprenticeship where you go, you learn a theory, and then you go and work at a company. We also in Germany have the duales Studium, where you go to university and then you also work at a company. If you don't do the duales Studium, you have internships. So you study at university, then you go and do an internship. But what's the alternative in the digital learning methods? You know, there is nothing like this. So for me, this is a big challenge. And trying to flip again. Okay. We asked the question when we started Ecolens, how do people really want to learn? And we discovered two things. We interviewed about 100 people, and we discovered two things. The first thing is people want to learn through construction. So they want to construct something with their learning. The simple way of saying this is learning by doing. This is the easiest way to learn. So not to present a solution to someone, but like ask them a question, let them do research, let them build something. And this is how they will learn best. This is how they will go through the challenges, ask questions, ask people, do interviews, and then they will learn. This is the best way to learn. This is number one. How do people want to learn? The second thing that we discovered, how do people want to learn? Flipping again, I'm sorry. Is through community. So in the classroom, you know, you have your friends, you build learning groups, you learn together, and this is a very nice way to learn together. You compare yourself to your peers, you can learn something from your peers, you can do a group assignment together, and this is a very social way of learning, and this is how we all want to learn. So this is the second very important component where when building a learning and training program, you have to build a community. And this is especially important in the blockchain world. No blockchain company will be successful if they don't have a community. Community is number one, not the technology, but the community. And in our case, before we started developing any technology in our business, we started building a community. And now with this 2,000 people, we have built a community that supports each other. So the people that have already trained with us are now mentors for the people that are starting to learn. They're answering questions, they're guiding groups, they have like regular meetings where they're all training each other. They're creating content that they're sharing with the new learners. So everything that we do, we don't do it ourselves, our community does it. So it's like self-producing content and new learning materials. And this is extremely important in my experience, if you want to create a very good learning community, because they also speak the same language. So the way I say some things are maybe not the same, like some 20-something-year-olds explain things or want to learn things. Also, I learn very good with YouTube, but maybe some people prefer, I don't know, an article or podcast or something like this. So it's important to have a community that helps you develop different learning materials and help each other learn. Okay, trying to flip the next slide. Okay, learning at scale. I think I flipped one more. So what are the requirements to learn at scale? So first is to build a community, as I already said, then promote teamwork, offer direct support and mentorship, as I explained, and offer practical learning, learning by doing, and of course, give access to thousands of people. This is the key, right? So scaling means thousands of people and giving us access to thousands of people. And this is why I said that my interpretation is a bit different. You know, my interpretation is hybrid for me means, do you have pre-recorded courses with basically no helping community, but just watching videos, or do you have like cohort-based, community-based learning? And in our case at Ecolens, it helps a lot to have this community that helps each other and learns together. I'm sorry that it takes so long with the flipping. So how to learn at scale? So first of all, we have to think what platform can accommodate hundreds of participants at once. And I would like to speak about the tools a little bit and now about the metaverse. So, for example, at Zoom, you have like different pricing options where you can accommodate a lot of people. And I thought in the beginning that the metaverse would be a great solution to put everything in one place. So right now we're using very different types of tools in order to learn online, right? So we have emails, you have to invite people with emails. You maybe have Eventbrite where you organize an event and then invite the people. Then you use Zoom for the online streaming. Then you record the videos and upload them to a platform where people have access, like a different platform, not Zoom. Then you maybe have like a chat or a community built somewhere, let's say Slack or Discord or Telegram, whatever. And also everything like different distributed softwares, no one place solution. And I thought 3 months ago that the metaverse is the solution, because I thought we can have everything in one place. And we started building something in the metaverse. We're still in the research process, and we're launching our first teaching event in the metaverse in the middle of December. And I figured out that it's still not the solution, because there are a lot of things that you cannot really do in the metaverse right now. For example, we're using Decentraland. This is one of the most famous metaverses. And in Decentraland, what you can do is like enter with your computer. It's very easy. You don't need like a very good computer or something. It's very easy to enter. Different than the Sandbox, where you need a very good video card. So Decentraland, this is one pro for Decentraland. But you enter, and then you enter this building where, let's say, is my educational center. The problem is, if I want to have more than 100 people, I have to build 2 parallel worlds. That means that the first 100 people that enter do not see the same chat and the same contents, real life contents, as the next 100 people that enter. And right now, this is a limitation. So of course, Decentraland is working on it, but right now, this is not possible to manage. Another thing, live speaking. So let's say if I want to be in Decentraland here teaching, it's not possible. So what I have to do is put a screen in Decentraland, like build a screen and stream my video. Let's say I'm on Zoom speaking, and it has to be streamed on this screen. I cannot speak with my avatar. People will not hear me. Or this 100 people will see something different. Maybe the second 100 people will not see my avatar because they will see other people. So these are limitations right now that do not make it possible for us to teach in Decentraland. We're still building it because we're hoping that in some months, it will be possible. Now the winter time, crypto winter is best time to build. But right now it's not possible to teach at scale. So real-time events to engage the community, in our case, are super important. Because of course people are meeting digitally, but then you also need some real-time live events where people can interact, not only learn, but like really do something together. Maybe have an event where they discuss something, like Ask Me Anything on Twitter. You can create this for your community so they can interact and like build relationships with each other. Cohort-based sessions to promote teamwork. This is also very important for us, because I'll give an example also with DLT talents, or the Web3 talents now. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this. It's also from the Blockchain Center, the Frankfurt School, a program where people learn in cohorts, and you identify with your cohort. I was in the second cohort of the DLT talents, and I know everyone that was in my cohort, and like we know each other, we help each other, we invite each other to events, and it's like this. Cohort-based sessions promote this team spirit, this community, and of course, teamwork. When you're in a cohort, you can also ask someone to be your learning partner and learn together. Of course, this promotes learning. Another thing is invite industry experts to give a practical overview of the learning. So this goes together with include assignments. So like the learning by doing. At university, for example, my favorite thing was when an industry expert would come and speak about something that is currently happening in the market. I studied finance, So I remember once this guy who was the CFO of a cement company. I studied in Portugal. So Portugal back then, it was the financial crisis in Portugal. So this guy came and he said, look, like only 14% of our businesses in Portugal, but because Portugal is almost bankrupt, our rating is so low that we have real problems with raising more money. And he really explained what's the situation, what are their problems. And for me, it was like, whoa, this is a real life example. I'm not learning this on the books. It's a real company coming here, sharing their problems and asking us to do a case study for them. So for me, this is extremely important when you're doing online training, that you also bring experts. And now it's easier because you don't have to bring experts physically. You can just invite them online. You can have experts from all over the world. And of course, include assignments to learn by doing. How we are doing this at Ecolance, we call them hackathons. So no matter if we're teaching a technical or a non-technical profession, we run hackathons with companies. So for example, in the last content creator training, we had a Metaverse DAO as sponsor. They came and they ran a hackathon for 2 weeks where our trainees had to create content for them. And they could pick if they want to create written content, audio content, video content, or content in the metaverse. And then they submitted their work and then got bounties. The best people got bounties and the top people, of course, get hired. And this is also a motivation for the students to participate in the trainings, to do the assignments, because they get paid and they get a job in the end. So this increases participation. And I think when we're talking about online learning, participation is always very tricky. So these are my tips on learning and scale and how to. What I discovered works best. I'm trying to flip again. Okay, now real life examples. I already mentioned the Web3 Talents, which is a cohort-based learning for blockchain, for different blockchain topics. So you can learn the basics of blockchain. You can learn DeFi talents, where you learn about DeFi, NFT talents, where you learn about NFTs. It's cohort-based. You have assignments every 2 weeks, and you have also other peers that you can build learning groups with. And at Ecolance, we do it very similarly. We are also cohort-based, but we also introduce industry experts and run these hackathons where people are learning by doing. And now we're trying with this metaverse education. Let's see how it works out. But yeah, basically, these are two real life examples, in my opinion, that work very well when scaling the training. And some other thing that I want to mention is that when you're thinking about training people from different geographical areas, let's say the LATAM region, the African region, Southeast Asia, you have different time zones. And when we're speaking about live sessions, it's very difficult to manage. So one thing that Web3 Talents is currently doing, and this is also something that we're going to do next year, is to offer trainings in these different time zones. So you'll have a training in the morning for one time zone and one in the afternoon for another time zone. And you also have to, in my opinion, offer to all trainees an opportunity to meet, even if they're in different time zones. So that means that regular Zoom sessions that you don't have a moderator, you just send them a link and say, okay, every day at 6 p.m. Central European time, you can join this link and just talk to everyone that joins. So whoever has time in this day, they can join. We are doing this like every day. We have a Zoom link every day. Everyone can join, talk to each other, ask each other questions, talk about their assignments. And this is like self-managing. You don't need a moderator. Yeah, so thank you very much for.
We have time for one more question, if there's any.
So you were talking about the community and that this is kind of like self-sustained. So what are the incentives of the people that stay in the community and how long are they staying there? So why are they helping?
Yeah, this was also something that I wondered about, right? Why are they helping? Well, first of all, because I think they just want to do something good. Like imagine if you are trained by someone and then your life improves. In our case, these are people from emerging countries. They do not have access to stable jobs. And we provide them this. So they found a job, they have a much better life now, they have much better opportunities in general. So now they want to give back to the community and help their peers. And what we also do when we promote new cohorts, we ask our alumni to promote throughout their community. So that means that sometimes their friends are even participating in these training sessions. So they just want to help their community. And this is why I'm saying community building is so important, because if you feel as part of this community and identify yourself, you want to give back. And in my case, I'm alumna of the DOT Talents. So when they asked me to present there and to give a speech, I was like, yeah, of course, I love that. You know, these people are part of the community that I feel part of. And of course, I'm gonna give back and do that. That's the motivation. Yeah. Yes, the metaverse team.
You want to build up a community which is really self-engaging. What's the tool you go to? Is it Discord, for example, or do you use something else? What tool would you recommend for building?
Yes. So in our case, we use Discord because Discord is the tool that most blockchain companies use. And we say the people we train, we want them to work for blockchain companies, so they have to be familiar with Discord. But of course, there are many different other tools. I know a lot of people are using Slack, for example. You can also use Slack. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So next up is Leon Lukjantschuk from Uni in Halle. And, you can say something about yourself. And yeah, so final presentation before the long-awaited lunch break.
Yes, and thank you very much for your invitation. I'm very glad to be here in Frankfurt. And my name is Leon Lukjantschuk. I'm a doctoral researcher at the University of Halle, where I am researching in the fields of German literature education, teacher education, and didactics. And today I would like to talk to you about the didactic approach that I found very promising myself and that I'm very passionate about. And that is also the topic of my PhD thesis, the production of digital media content with students. I've structured my presentation into 3 main parts. In the first step, I would like to give you a brief introduction into this didactic approach of producing digital media content with students. In the next step, I would like to argue that this didactic approach is highly suitable for hybrid learning environments, and will share our key learnings there. And in the third part, I will show you what we did at the University of Halle to implement this didactic approach on a wider basis. Let me start with a brief introduction into this didactic approach. I always start with this picture there because I think it visualizes the potentials of this didactic approach very well. I don't know what your impression is, but from my point of view, these students seem to be very active, happy, motivated, and engaged. And for me, it is not just a promotional image to encourage you to try out this teaching method and maybe to book me for further events. I really think that this didactic approach is very promising in motivating students and to prepare them for their future professional life, be it in school, in my case, at the company or elsewhere. This didactic approach is not only does not only support motivation, but also allows you to pursue specific learning goals, like delving deeply into a specific topic. If the students want to convey a topic by producing digital media content, they first have to understand it themselves. They also can improve their digital competencies in those seminars, which is a major challenge in teacher education, because the becoming teachers are a little bit anxious in using digital media in their classes. They also learn how to convey content and communicate information and how to organize comprehensive projects. This didactic approach of producing digital media content with students is very promising, and for the integration of digital media content in the classroom, although the didactic approach behind it, the analog version of it, has already been invented in the 20th century in reform pedagogy, for instance. It also helps to contribute to the individualization and to the inclusiveness of the lesson, since the students' questions that arise during the design process and their interests determine the further course of the project, and it does particular justice to the heterogeneity of the students, since the students can contribute their talents to the project. In those seminars, a great variety of digital media content can be crafted, like explanatory videos, podcasts, blogs, computer games, social media pages, and many more. I've supported quite a lot of seminars in which digital media content has been created. Let me show you a few examples so that you can get a better impression of what is possible in those seminars. For example, Astrid Henning-Moore and her students created a digital exhibition for primary students about the poet Heinrich Heine using the online tool Gathertown, and our teacher students really enjoyed the seminar because they had the possibility to interact with students during the COVID pandemic, which would not have been possible in a regular seminar setting. Katharina Wieland and Nadine Nauk, two other lecturers, developed two web pages with her students, on which they present solutions about how schools and foreign language classes in general can be made a more inclusive place, because they aren't an inclusive place yet. Laila Karst and her students created a multimedia exhibition at the Frankischen Stiftung in Halle, in which they present posters about poems written by primary students, and on these posters you can find QR codes which lead to external websites, podcasts, videos, and, for example, and other media. The media products that were created in the seminar of René Barth were way more complex and were significantly more complex. René Barth and his students created computer games which can be used by teachers in classes, and I think the seminar is really impressive because some of the teacher students even tried out real game engines which are used by programmers, and I think it's very impressive for students who are aiming for becoming a teacher. So seminars are always structured in a similar manner. In the first step, you got to set the goal with the students, you got to clarify the goal with them. I think here it is very, very important that the students can contribute their ideas to the project, and that their ideas and that their decisions determine the further course of the project, because only then the students identify with the project and are particularly motivated. In the second step, the students prepare their content and prepare the design of their media products. And after that, in the third step, they create their digital media content, mostly in groups. It is usually perceived as very positive here if this production process is structured through regular meetings with a supervisor, with a lecturer, and the other fellow students to structure the production process. And after that, the students present their digital media content, and experience has shown here that the students are particularly motivated when they get the possibility to present their digital media content in public and not just only in the seminar itself, and that so that the digital media content can have a particular impact. And finally, the students evaluate the seminar and reflect on their learning processes, but accompanying reflection in an e-portfolio would also be suitable here. These production processes are accompanied by metacognitive processes. The students must be able to organize their project, to estimate how much time they need on each task, and they need to motivate themselves during the design process. This didactic approach seems to be very effective. Many lecturers who have conducted such seminars report the following very positive effects. For example, an increase of media-related self-efficacy, so the students become more fit in using digital media, an increase of motivation. The students also experience autonomy, competence, and social involvement, which lead to motivation and deeper learning. And the lecturers also describe that the students are learning more deeply, for example, in comparison to a classic seminar paper. These field reports from lecturers were the starting point of one of my research projects in which I tried to verify those experiences expressed by the lecturers in their questionnaires using a pre-post design, because these experiences expressed by the lecturers are yet quite subjective and not very differentiated. For example, it is not clear for me what they actually mean when they write about motivation and what they actually perceived as motivation in their seminars. Today, I can show you some preliminary results. I hope that I will publish the final results in May 2023. But these preliminary results already show that the students are seem to be more motivated in the seminars in which digital media content is produced than in relation to their studies overall, and that the basic psychological needs which lead to motivation, according to the self-determination theory of Dickey and Bryan, are better satisfied in those seminars than in relation to their studies overall. And that may lead to deeper learning processes. But until now, I've only been able to draw on data from less than 100 participants. You may ask, what are the results of studies with more participants? And this here, the study of Schneider and Preckel is one of the most comprehensive meta-analysis on success criteria in teaching with regard to learning success. The study includes data from more than 1.9 million participants. In the study, the 105 variables examined were classified into 11 categories, from which 6 refer to the lecturer and the seminar, and 5 refer to the learner. And from the from the categories referring to the lecturer and to the seminar, the category social interaction and stimulating meaningful learning has turned out to be most effective and have most effectively, the variables of those categories have most frequently showed medium to large effect sizes. For example, in the social interaction category, it was shown that learning in small groups, which is often practiced in when the students are creating digital media content in their seminars, are associated with higher learning success. Classes with high achieving students complement these forms of teacher-student interactions with student-student interactions. On average, small group learning goes along with higher achievement than individual learning or whole group learning. The variables from the meaningful learning category showed the second largest effect. According to Schneider and Preckel, project-oriented formats such as media production with students have the potential to promote meaningful learning. Classes can be made more meaningful by using project-based learning arrangements where groups of students work on complex authentic tasks over extended periods of time and have to structure their own problem-solving process under the supervision of a teacher or a tutor. The students' projects are often similar to scientific research or workplace projects, helping students to see where and how the content of their course can be useful. Project-based learning is more effective than regular lectures and seminars for acquiring practical skills, but less effective for acquiring fact knowledge. Overall, a combination of student-centered and teacher-centered elements turned out to be particularly effective. Read it, the effectivity of combining teacher-centered and student-centered instructional elements is also demonstrated by the high effect sizes found for the category social interaction. All 5 variables under this category have medium or large effect sizes, making it the category of instruction-related variables with the highest number of strong effects. Many meta-analyses and reviews on social forms of learning conclude that it is maximally effective when the teachers carefully prepare and guide their students activities and interactions, but at the same time giving the students enough freedom to develop their own ideas and to make their own experiences. Accordingly, the results of the study of Schneider and Breckel also support the assumption that this didactic approach is particularly effective. However, it should not be the sole teaching method. It is only highly suitable for in-depth learning, but for example, not for giving an introduction into wider fields like in a typical lecture. I've also supported quite a lot of seminars in which this teaching method was used in a hybrid learning environment. According to Adrian Langela-Bickenbach and Philipp Wampler, this teaching method is predestined for using it in a hybrid learning environment because synchronous work phases on site and in video conferences and asynchronous work phases can meaningfully alternate. In this way, the discussion and the presentation phases should take place in a synchronic working phase, ideally in presence on site at the campus, and the phases in which the students create their digital media content could take place asynchronously whenever and wherever the students want to create them. I've also supported a few seminars in which this teaching method was tried out in a hybrid learning environment. Our key learnings were that the students were also very motivated in those seminars, and the seminar work was perceived as meaningful by them. Accordingly, the hybrid learning environment does not seem to inhibit the motivation, and it also enabled cooperations which would not have been possible in a regular seminar setting. For example, the students created a digital exhibition for a primary school in Hamburg by sitting all over Germany, dominantly in Halle, and that would not have been possible in a regular seminar setting. But on the other hand, in those seminars, there was less social interaction in them, and the students tended to work alone more often. And the major challenge worked out to be that it was very hard for the lecturers to diagnose the learning progress of the students and to diagnose learning difficulties because they did not see how the students work on their tasks. And in one case, this led to superficial media products. At the University of Halle, we have put a lot of effort into implementing this teaching method on a wider basis. In the Department of Didactics of German Language and Literature, and we have legally anchored this media product as a possible form of examination in the module manuals and in the examination regulations. At the infrastructural level, the students have the possibility to borrow a great variety of hardware and software. For example, MacBooks with expensive software, advanced lighting technology, advanced camera technology, audio technology, and so on. And they also have the opportunity to use rooms in which they can create their digital media content, like our digital learning labs, our active learning spaces, and rooms especially for audio recording. In addition to that, we also offer consultation hours, which are held by student assistants who support the students in creating their digital media content. And we also support lecturers in implementing this didactic approach through consultation services, workshops, and mentorship programs. Our largest program is the Vordenkerin program, in which we support lecturers for a year in planning and implementing their own digital and innovative seminar. And many of those pioneers opt for the didactic approach of media production there. The need to ensure the infrastructural requirements and to implement this teaching method on a wider basis is seen on different levels. Thus, the GRC Science for Policy report of the European Commission emphasizes the potentials of this didactic approach. As for compulsory education, higher education, and other qualification programs, new opportunities are offered through integrating makerspaces and making activities into curriculum so that they support and foster explicit learning activities and well-defined learning outcomes. This would also secure equity, allowing all learners to participate and benefit from such activities. Overall, makerspaces and making activities are highly suitable for competence-based education and for addressing European key competences for lifelong learning. accordingly, from my point of view, it is very, very likely that the implementation of this didactic approach will soon be pushed by policies, and therefore I think it is worth pursuing this didactic approach further and exploring this didactic approach further. I hope that I was able to inspire you a little bit for this didactic approach. Unfortunately, I couldn't show you all of our projects and initiatives here today in Frankfurt. If you are looking for ideas for your seminars and want to learn more about our project and our initiatives, you can find us on our website, on Twitter, on Instagram, and on YouTube. If you are searching for further ideas for your seminar, you can also use the following link to access a collection of media products that were created by students at our university. And I would also provide you with a PowerPoint presentation. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
So how's the acceptance of your program on the university level? I mean, so do you feel like some people are now convinced by this idea who opposed it in the first round?
I think a lot of people are convinced, or I think the majority of lecturers are convinced by the idea of hybrid learning because of the COVID pandemic. Now and currently I feel kind of a saturation of the lecturers. For example, a lot of lecturers do not attend workshops anymore in which we show how they could use digital media in their classes. I feel that there's kind of a saturation in that point.
Yeah, I mean, my question was pointing in this direction, right? So sometimes people tend to say, well, you know, hybrid is not working so well as we have seen during the pandemic, but they are just not, you know, they just didn't do it well. Right, so if you do bad teaching, no matter what didactics you're using, it's just a bad lecture.
Yes.
And so do you feel like the saturation also deals a little bit with this?
No, I don't think so that the saturation deals with this. I think it also deals with the point that that we change to present lectures, and then the change of to lectures in presence is pushed by the chancellor of our university.
Okay.
And by the administration of our university.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So as promised, we have the lunch break now. We will go downstairs to the Frankfurt School canteen. We have booked the fine dining to have extra seats there. And I have coupons for it. So lunch is included with drinks and also a dessert. So if you want something to eat, then get your voucher here. Yeah, we meet again at 5 minutes past 2 o'clock. So in exactly 1 hour.
Du willst was sagen?
Man könnte natürlich, wenn du möchtest, die Kamera anders stellen. Aber das ist. Nee, das ist halt die Kamera auf dem Fernsehen. Die Tagung an sich, der Slide.
Die Fachbegriffe.
Was habe ich schon erzählt?
Ja, ich habe es gehört.
Den Chef. Tut mir leid, das kann ich nicht machen. Wenn ich das können, ich weiß das gesetzlich ist. Dann hat er gesagt, ja, und haben Sie eine Karte dabei? Nein.
Ich meine, das ist ja eigentlich schlau.
Für 12,10 Euro 10 Cent eigentlich. Dann habe ich gesagt, ja, ich habe noch 12 Euro in 2 Euro. Das ist kein 10 Cent. Also mit dem
nur damit
mit der 25 Euro mit so überall zu Education is solange ich hier bin, muss ich hier noch. Wirklich
So, please take a seat. We proceed in the program. So, I hope you were able to restore your energy. Next up is a panel with the topic communication in the hybrid teaching and learning environment, challenges and solutions. I'm happy to host that panel, and I would like to invite my panelists with me, Malte Schudlich, Amir, Madany, Mamlouk, Abhishek, Gupta, Maria, Eneva-Olms, and Felix Kaus. So, welcome. Thanks for being here. Some of you have already introduced themselves and have presented, but for the others, I would like to ask you for a quick.
Okay, so my name is Amir Madany Mamlouk. I'm a senior lecturer at the University of Lübeck in computer science, specifically machine learning and medicine and life science. And well, basically, I am involved in digital teaching for the last 10 years. So I did some hybrid lectures even before the pandemic. People are surprised about this sometimes. Yeah.
Yes, my name is Maria Eneva-Olms. I'm the founder of Ecolend, which is a training and recruitment platform where we offer online training for people from emerging economies in specific blockchain professions, and then we connect them to companies so they can find jobs.
My name is Malte Schudlich. I'm the program manager for the Bachelor of Science programs at Frankfurt School, which accounts for about 40% of all teaching hours in the degree programs and just over 1,400 students currently.
Hi everyone, my name is Cedric Height. I work in the Frankfurt School Blockchain Center together with my colleagues who put this nice event together. And I'm also doing my master's degree in management here, so I get to represent the student side today.
Very, very quickly.
So again, I'm Abhishek Gupta. I'm head of digital products in Frankfurt School, and also heading media technology. So my project, hybrid classrooms, and probably that's why I'm here, to give an IT perspective.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm very happy that we have such a diverse group from the background, from students to teachers to supporting staff to administration. maybe as a starter question for each one of you, I mean, we all face different challenges, right? So as a teacher, face different challenges than students do. So if you would have to name the first one biggest challenge when teaching, or when you try to teach, it's open to you, try to teach, or you're already teaching hybrid, what do you think is the biggest challenge you face? Maybe
Okay. Well, I think this is kind of like twofold. First of all, of course, it's a technical issue. So if I start doing hybrid teaching, I don't have technical staff with me. So there is an administrative overhead with all the technical equipment that might overwhelm me. So my teaching becomes not as good as in one of these two scenarios, just because I'm so busy in keeping track of the chat, or keeping questions from the audience audible for the online listeners and stuff like this. So this is just an overhead and burden that is hard to face. And on the other hand, so more like from the teacher's perspective, I think if the session is running, it's so hard to get everyone involved. Right? So get the online students active, and at the same time, bring them together, let them interact and stuff like this. I think this is challenging.
Preparation overload, is this something we can solve soon?
I think we have kind of solved this up to a certain level. We can only go to that level if a lecturer is not able to engage with us when we are trying to onboard and understand the setup working. For example, we also have a pool of 1,000 external lecturers who just come here for 2 hours. They don't want to spend time learning about the setup. How to make it easy for them is a challenge for us as well, right? With the internal faculty members, we can train until they start learning, and they become used to it as soon as they start using it for a couple of times.
But I would say it's difficult. I mean, it's difficult to solve because, I just have some more attentional task. I mean, it's like I go to the shopping mall and I want to buy some specific stuff. And then I go to the shopping mall and have my small daughter at my hand. So then, I can solve the problem, but it's just distracting. And, my shopping might not be as efficient as if I go alone, So this is my feeling about the technical issues of hybrid teaching.
Do students need to prepare too more for hybrid environments?
I would say the whole topic of distractions is a very important point. I think as a student, it's less about, or it's also about engagement. A lot of people, very easily get distracted. I have a lot of friends who had huge challenges during their bachelor's degree. They started studying right during the pandemic, and it led to them not really being able to follow along in class. And their grades took a huge hit, and some of them even dropped out because they were too distracted. I think the question is that a technical problem? Is that a fault of the students? Or, really how can this be solved without being too restrictive?
Would you name that as the biggest challenge for students?
Perspective, I would say, yeah. I think the technical side is very easy. You click a link, you're in the Zoom call. There's really no problem with that. I think it's more about engagement and staying focused.
But is it more the distraction within the session, like within the lecture, or is it distraction in terms of a more global point of view, in terms of procrastination of learning? What do you think? What is the bigger?
I really think,
meaning your point of view, obviously, but
yeah. The way I see it, I think it's a lot of the external stuff. You're already on your computer, and then it's so easy to change tabs. You're on Facebook, you're on Reddit, and sometimes things are more interesting there. And then you tell yourself, I'll come back to the class when it gets interesting, and then the lecture's over, and you learn nothing. And now you got to review all the slides by yourself.
Okay.
So from my perspective, this is definitely for me the main challenge, to keep the students' attention, and also the dropout rate, what you said. So let's say if we start with a cohort of 100 people, in the end only 50 stay because they drop out because they couldn't pay attention. So for me, I would make a parallel to a podcast. If I listen to a podcast and at some point it gets boring, or at some point I get distracted, I stop listening and then I drop out of it. So we have to think of methods how to switch it up a little bit and how to engage students during the session so they don't drop out and they pay attention. Because it's very easy also for me sometimes, even if I'm in a session as a moderator, sometimes I'm like, okay, now I know the next 15 minutes someone else will talk, so I don't have to pay attention. But if I know that in the end of the 15 minutes there will be a quiz or people will expect something from me, then I will pay attention. So we need to think of that little things we can do in order to keep the attention span. Because even if we think about it now in a physical lecture, is everyone keeping attention? Like keeping, is everyone listening? Some people are on their phones, on their laptops, they're thinking about something else, even if they're looking at me. It's the same thing. So we have to think of everything that we can include in order to keep people's attention.
I think it's a very different thing. Sorry. I think if you're in the classroom, okay, you also text messages, you do things on your computer, but you're under the vision of the lecturer in the room. And there's a lot of things you would do at home that you wouldn't do in the classroom.
Yeah, it's also true.
Yeah. Just to add to that, I think coming back from my student perspective, which was not very long ago in the same classroom, it also depends on the lecturer, how engaging that's. Coming back to your point. So we had lecturers in school, externals, where you couldn't keep attention because the content was not interesting enough. Everybody took out their cell phones, they were texting, and there was a WhatsApp group, so everybody was texting within themselves inside the classroom. I think online has just magnified the problem. It has given another dimension. When you're sitting at home, having a computer on, you can open the tabs and do whatever you want, like many students doing. Probably they are sleeping in the beds also. Who knows about it, right?
But I think this is a very interesting point. So actually now the requirements towards the lecturers or the people speaking are much higher.
Yes.
Because you have to keep the attention of the people. So it's the same with me when I'm thinking about who to invite as a lecturer. I always look at their past performances to see how they speak, how engaging they are, what kind of presentations they give, because I had cases where they came, they spoke about something, no one paid attention. Like after the second minute, no one was really listening. So of course it's a failure for everyone. Everyone's wasting their time. So the requirements towards these lecturers are now much higher.
Yeah, and I think one form that engages very much, sorry to interrupt, but is cold calling. Right?
Oh, yeah, right.
Even if you're online or in hybrid mode or in physical, cold calling is, I think, one of the best options that the lecturer has in its toolkit to engage students. I've had cases in my classroom sessions where an esteemed professor is teaching, and he's very engaged, and then he'll suddenly start cold calling people. What do? If you're not paid attention, you're lost. You can't answer, and then your grades are affected. He did that once, many students dropped out. Next time you see, everybody is listening and engaged to whatever the lecturer is teaching.
It's an interesting point. I think cold calling is one thing, but I think a more positive thing that I see a lot of teachers doing these days, which works really well, is interactive elements. Some people use things like Slido, Mentimeter, Kahoot, and I think these things are fun and they motivate you to stay engaged, not out of fear, but out of engagement. It's like authentic.
Marta, you're coming back to your question.
Yeah.
I think the biggest challenge, and maybe I have to start with, if I talk about hybrid, it always means online plus in-class participants. That's what we do. We also do online only in rare cases, and we also do blended formats where we have 1 week online, 1 week in presence only. But hybrid was obviously during the pandemic restrictions the big thing until last summer semester. That's when we stopped. And I think that the biggest challenge is to maintain the didactic quality of the courses. This is where I think it suffered most. And not only also in the class, but also what we talked about this morning in exams. Although we have them not necessarily hybrid, but also online only on your own device in the classroom, moving it to Canvas as an online exam tool meant that teachers had to completely rethink their didactics in the exam structure. And for some subjects that's easy. If I have like a first or second semester course where there is a lot of terminology, maybe you benefit if you have a multiple choice, which makes it not better necessarily. It's very difficult to design a very good multiple choice exam where you can actually test transfer knowledge, and but also for mathematical subjects where you would use functions. You have to write functions, or you have subjects where they have to build logic trees, with special characters. So our colleagues were really engaged in that and did good quality exams, but they do not compare to what it would be like to write on paper. So that's also, I think, a challenge that we're facing, and that's one of the reasons, not the main reason, maybe one of the reasons why we, at least for the presence mode or for the in class, went to presence only.
Yeah, I think that there is a very good point in these aspects of magnification. So, I mean, there are already two factors on the floor, right? So the attention span of the students is changing. So it's so easy to drop out if you're online. The effort for the lecturer is much higher. So the stakes are higher to make a good lecture online. And I think there's a third factor that we should not neglect. I mean, it's so difficult to be concentrated for a 90 minutes lecture. So the timing of the lecture, it's too long, even in the present live case. And this also amplifies, because I mean, it's just not possible to be engaging online for 90 minutes. I mean, there are no YouTube videos of 90 minutes length that are, go viral, because people are dropping out before 90 minutes. So we have to rethink how we do hybrid lectures in terms of, we can't do the present lectures for the online people because they can't survive it. So it's just not possible, no matter how engaging we are, right? So this is, I think, a third thing where we really have to say, well, stop. We can't just expect this reality to go online.
So what are the format changes you're implementing, or you're thinking about?
Well, like flipped classrooms or something that you have or just small chunks. So you need to have only 20 minutes of a frontal talk, and then there need to be some interactive elements. There has to be something, that.
That's what he was talking about, right?
Yeah, exactly. So they are on the right way, right? So from my point of view, the structure of the lecture has to change if I'm really taking this idea serious of making hybrid work.
Abhishek, you're still owing us your biggest challenge.
Well, my biggest challenge comes from various angles. First is, of course, how to get the easy technology for the lecture so that they are enabled right from the start. The second part is how to communicate to both lecturers and to the admin staff who are working in the setups, right? How to enable or onboard them to get biggest use of the system. So those are two biggest challenges that I face on a daily basis.
Okay, very good. I want to focus now a little bit more on this communication topic. And especially, let's talk a little bit about the student in class and student at home communication. So not the teacher, not via the teacher, but really the direct communication. Maybe I would like to start with Cedric. Did you experience someone or something which went really well in that terms already?
I think it's a pretty difficult situation to begin with. I've definitely had some cases where there was, for example, group work where part of the group was present physically and part of the group was online. So you would kind of have a breakout room, but then, students are relying on their own technology. And that's where kind of issues start to arise, because the people that are there physically, do they share a laptop? Does everybody use their own? And there's like audio echo. And sometimes the people online kind of just zone out, and then the people working physically just kind of neglect them, and they think they're more productive without them. And this is it the fault of the student online for not engaging enough, or is the barrier just too high technologically? But it is hard to have that crossover, in my opinion.
But for study programs, that is a huge problem, right? Because that decreases the potential types of courses you can give. Do you have some thoughts about that?
Well, we stopped the hybrid. So I'm in a very particular situation here. Not only for that reason, but no, it's again, it depends a bit on the content you have in the course, obviously. But as Amir said, if you want to do hybrid or online teaching, you have to do that differently than with presence. In the classroom, you can do a lot of more things, more flexible. People can put their heads together much quicker than you have a breakout room set up. That's it's just the flexibility is much higher. If you have both groups together, that's really, really challenging. And we do have subjects where communication, discussion, where you have a didactical approach, that comes where the teacher is more the moderator than the guy with the wisdom sharing, and there it's obviously a big obstacle. And I know from lecturers that they are not happy with hybrid at all, especially our philosophy teachers in these departments. When they had sometimes in the older days when we didn't have these guys up there, the first generation of microphones, you technically would have had to walk around with a microphone, and the second generation was a little bit better, but now we've got these, but now we're out of the hybrids. I think it's a challenge, and I think one has to very well think about which of these different delivery methods you want to use and for what purpose. So I think hybrid has its place. It was I wouldn't say lifesaver, but it was like a great advantage for Frankfurt School to bring that, within hours, activate that when the pandemic regulations hit. But at least for the Bachelor of Science, it's not it'll be a niche product, so to say. We are a campus program. We have young students for this target group, which do not have that very specific intrinsic motivation to be here. They want to be investment bankers or whatever, and being here is just like part of the steps. So they think about other things sometimes. For them, it's almost a bit of a pedagogical thing to force them on campus, and engage in a group, get out of their childhood room, separate from their parents, make new friends and stuff.
I'm very happy that you're saying that, because would be one of my questions if I want to make a provocative statement. In the beginning, we talked a lot about how we need to change courses so that we can motivate the students more, that we can keep their attention more. Well, one could, of course, also say, well, maybe, but that's not only the duty of the teacher. Maybe it should be also some kind of a self-discipline of the students to do that to some degree. Would you agree to that statement? So to all, of course, or is it just the duty of the teacher to keep attention span?
I mean, maybe I can start. I mean, so first of all, I understand your point completely, but I disagree that part of the didactics should be applying force to the students. I think I mean, if we turn back time 5 years from now, teaching was not perfect, right? So teaching in the lecture hall was not on its optimum. So there was air in between, top teaching and what was taking place without hybrid efforts. And I think, we have to come to the point where we just use hybrid scenarios to make the presence teaching better, right? So where can it help? It can help if you have children at home and they are sick, so you can still attend. And then, the question is, how can you make these presence education more attractive, right? Obviously, you have a hard audience to convince to come to the lecture halls. But I think, the universities have to think about what makes the lecture hall like a rock concert, right? I mean, you're listening to music at home, but still a concert is something special where you, go without force. You even pay money to go there. Right. So what's the point there that makes it more attractive to go on campus? And I guess, so from my experience, it's not necessarily the lecture hall. Lectures can be hybrid, but there has to be other reasons to go on campus, to connect with each other, to, you know, engage with the bachelor students?
Yes and no. I think the argument saying it's that, you know, the students are old enough, it's their own thing, that's been an excuse I've heard from academia for like 30 years. You know, it's sort of like ingrained into German academia. I think, you know, if the students don't come, it's their own fault. I think that worked well, you know, when we had like this Bildungsbürgerschicht, where, you know, like 20% or 30% of the kids, you know, were able to go to the gymnasium and then, you know, had the well-educated home background. But I mean, we're now much more diverse with people from all different places, backgrounds whatsoever. Plus, attention span is sinking. That's something we have, you know, also seen in the last 10 years, probably, you know, like how good are they using libraries, for example. So I agree, we need to do more. Didactics is an issue. Also a problem of academia, that didactics is not the high importance when staffing positions, you know, that's still something, you know, you get your right to teach or professor technically if you have hardly ever taught, you know, or what you call it. It's getting better, that's just an extreme. It's so I think I agree in part with you, but I think it's something in the bachelor programs, and also there's a difference between public universities and some private universities like Frankfurt School, you know. At a public university, I don't really have to care much about, you know, whether students come or not. I mean, probably for my self-esteem, you know, I can do that. At Frankfurt Schools, we charge a lot of money. We are, as I think you mentioned that before, we are accredited. You know, there's a very, very close look at our numbers, you know, how many people graduate, how do they graduate? So we have to make sure those we admit, many of these have to graduate very well, you know, without giving away grades. So we have to look, how do we get them through our school at the highest level of learning, you know, and this is something where they need a little bit of nudging.
But let's take this question round also for the audience. So wake up.
Very good.
You have to start cold calling. I will. I will only ask the five of you, but I will ask you so you can think a minute about it. What are the two most important elements to get students to attend in class, your point of view? Okay? And all of you, you also think about that. And if your number one comes up, you raise at least one arm. Okay, two is also okay, but at least one arm. So whoever is ready, shoot. That's one. We need two. Okay, we take one. Good teaching.
So I have to say something here. We have to differentiate because we have students that are students, like in university, but we also have executive students, you know, that are people that are already working. We have to think about, why are they going to school? Are they going for a degree, or are they going for something else?
I will come to executive students, answer it for consecutive students.
I would say they have to have an incentive. They have to get something out of it to come.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I mean, so if the 2 points can be two answers. So the first thing, I mean, they come because of me, yeah, because I'm the teacher. So they want to listen to me. So I go completely with the rock concert thing, you know. So they want to see me live. The second thing is, you know, I don't want them to be there if they don't like to be there, you know. So I have lectures with 130 students. If I interact with my students, I never interact with all 130. So I interact with 5, and these are always the same 5. Now in hybrid scenarios, maybe there are only 30 or 40, but those 5 are still there, right? So actually, I don't care, because my lecture gets better. I don't have 130 persons, but only a seminar size group where I can engage much more with the remaining 25 that might be interested in this interaction, you know? And I think this might become the incentive. You know, you are in the close group to have, you know, this close conversation in a seminar style, and not only the outside observer that is online. So maybe this would work.
I think mapping the learning outcomes for every student to the current needs.
Okay.
I would say there's kind of two main things that I can think of. I would say it's the carrot and the stick. So the carrot is if you're on campus, you get to network, you get to make friends, you get to find people who will have likely a similar career path as you. And the stick, of course, is the grade. You know your grades will be better if you attend, especially if there's a participation score.
So I'm kind of disappointed. Most of you failed me. I didn't see any arms. I checked. Okay. Can you at least raise an arm if one of those reasons was number one for you? Okay, perfect. Good.
Which one was it? Oh, I see.
Something for the coffee break.
Yeah, so free beer would be the second. Me and free beer.
Have you ever tried?
Well, at Christmas time, yeah. Yeah, actually.
Perfect. I want to come to a little bit another topic, communication. So before COVID, I myself had taught basically around the world, also in Asia, and I found that communication is, of course, a very cultural thing. So right now we are talking mainly about our cultural area. Maria, I would like to ask you, because you have, I think, more insight. Do you think that, what is the difference in hybrid communication in different areas of your point of view?
Yes, so I discovered that in a European setting, people are very much more independent when it comes to learning. So the students are more independent. They think critically, and you can give them an assignment, and without asking too many questions, they just do something with it. Maybe it's not the right thing, but they start and they produce some result. I feel like in more emerging economies and other societies, students need much more guidance, much more clarification, and very, very strict rules what to do. Otherwise, they're scared to start. So
you mean in class or
yeah,
out of class?
in class, yeah, in class. So for example, when we give an assignment, then we have 15 minutes of clarification, what exactly we mean with this assignment. And it's never enough the way we describe it. It's never enough how long this description is. So it's always like 15 minutes explanation. And then the discussion goes on online after the session. Okay, but what exactly do we need to do? So I think communication is very different when it comes to different cultural groups. And we have to account for this when we have people from other cultures.
I can only second that, because we also have these problems in class as well. Not only online, forget online, where we have students coming up from 80 countries across the world, sitting in classrooms with their different cultural backgrounds, where in some cultures, people are not allowed to speak in the classroom settings. How to get them to that level wherein a European student is able to contribute to the lecture and call a lecture by its name. That's even a bigger cultural shock for many students, right? So I mean, I don't know how it's right now for you, because probably in the classroom setting, you've been engaging in that sense since childhood, probably, right? And for me, it wasn't that case, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can totally see that. I mean, I can't speak that much about other countries, but I do kind of think that societal factors play a huge role. I can definitely see that. And I think it's a huge transition moving from a strict kind of authoritarian classroom setting to an engaging collectivist kind of online approach. I think that is very difficult for a lot of people.
Wouldn't that be then good for such a diverse group to be in one classroom together?
I think so, especially students will copy behavior from one another. So if you mix students from Europe with students from other regions, maybe their positive habits can rub off on them.
This is what I thought, but actually no. So in some cases, you lose some of the students because, for example, we had the case where 2 Americans were put together with 2 people from Nigeria. And the people from Nigeria just stopped working because the Americans have a very different feedback culture. They have very different working culture. And the people from Nigeria felt that they're being attacked. They're not, like, their work is not being respected. It's just because the American feedback culture is very direct. So they say, okay, I disagree with this. Like we hear, you say I disagree, you say I disagree, and that's normal for us. I don't get offended if you tell me you disagree, but other cultures, they do. So, and they just block you and they say, okay, I don't want to work with you if you disagree with me. So this is actually dangerous. So we have to be cautious about this, and explain that there are different feedback cultures, explain these differences when we put people into groups.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, like if the first go doesn't really work, I mean, the solution cannot be to separate them. So the solution has to be to have a different approach. And we have problems at Frankfurt School with group work. Like lots of students who refuse to work in groups if it's not their best friends. Not because they have, I don't know, issues, but they think they get better grades, there's free riding, whatever. So we need to think about, or we're currently thinking about how we can make group work more acceptable by basically coaching them, into a better feedback culture.
I just wanted to say this. So, the students have to learn to work in groups. I mean, for me, coming from computer science, sometimes they work together for months and don't know their first name because they are so technically focused. So, I mean, this is something like if I want them to be productive in group work, I have to instruct them. So like you said, so there need to be an onboarding on these, new teaching methods, new scenarios, so that the students can, get used to it, which is one of the problems with the online learning during Corona. There was no onboarding. It was just like, described. Overnight, we were all YouTubers and the students were like online learners. And, it completely failed in so many areas, which is not surprising.
Can I maybe add that in some regard, I have a feeling that the hybrid opportunities actually help with those cultural differences, because I had the challenge of if I had Q&A sessions, I had the Q&A session, I said, okay, everything's clear, and everyone went out, and I had a line of mostly Asian students lining up that didn't want to ask their questions in front of the group. And now things like Slido, where you can ask anonymous questions, or the Kahoot quizzes, really gets them engaged more than they were in the actual regular classroom.
I got the same experience with, Pigeonhole. So the students can ask questions and then they can see all the questions and rate the important ones. So for big audience, including Asians and computer scientists, so like then, you have a pile of questions and they got assorted. So you can answer these questions much more effectively and everybody is not in queue after the lecture.
And I think I will second what Britta is saying, because I have had many feedback from many lecturers teaching hybrid, and they say we get more questions now by a chat rather than people just are raising their hands inside the classrooms, because they feel comfortable typing in and leaving the questions for everybody to read without having judgmental eyes on them.
So Q&A, I think Q&A is something that can really be online first, because this also works for students in the classroom. So they can be there and still ask online.
Q&A is the perfect keyword. It's now open for questions from the audience. I would say if we have 2 questions, we are ready for coffee. Okay? But we need 2 questions. So, number 1, perfect.
Where do you guys get your tools for the engagement from? Like you mentioned Pigeonhole, and there are others, but is there like a board over the institutions in general, like where you can exchange the educators?
So you mean where do we get all the good ideas from?
Yeah.
Well, we just see others. It's an imitation game for me, at least.
You see others, but is there like some, just like for example, he doesn't know Pigeonhole. Where does he get to know Pigeonhole? Just by seeing somebody else, or is it like a platform, like a Reddit forum or something, where you can exchange like your most prominent tools?
I think, if I may, I think it's mostly salespeople calling us, trying to sell their products.
Okay, so it would be beneficiary for all of you guys if there was something like that.
Yeah, so I was literally writing up all the tools that I heard today that I didn't know of, so I put down my notes. So I'm here to learn.
There's a list, I can send it to you. There's a list from the University of St. Gallen with about 30 or 40 tools, with some evaluation, also in terms of data security, by the way. And
We have
We
to
also
decide,
have a
right? Yeah.
similar list available for our lecturers. They see which tools are allowed from GDPR perspectives, because that's the biggest bottleneck for us, securing personal data. If we get a go ahead, we put it out in our shared list. Lecturers can pick that up and contact IT support to enable them to teach. And then we give a personal onboarding to them how to use it, best use cases. But most of the lecturers already know about which tool they want to go ahead. Because
that's the smaller list, you know.
I mean, in the end, it's limited. It's 10 to 15 tools.
Exactly. And then if mostly my inbox is full with salespeople trying to sell their products. So just get on 15 minutes of a call. They'll explain what Kahoot does. And then if you like it, you contact lecturers. Do you want to try this? Some say, yes, I would like to try. Many of them. Once they try it, the word spreads. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. Let's not do that one. Let's do this one. That's how the snowball effects happen.
Okay. And the second question, what's your most recent favorite discovery in that space?
No. We have time. No. Go ahead.
Okay,
My recent favorite?
Just a follow on or add-on question.
For me, there's an online discussion forum called Ment, based out of Israel. Actually, the company just shut down because it was a startup, so they couldn't sustain. But what they brought was asynchronous and synchronous discussions. So with a lot of machine learning and AI behind, and our lecturers loved it. Many of them used it in many different course settings. They would just post a question, and actually students would start writing discussions. Then a discussion would follow another discussion, and then you get the ratings. And then you see the platform maps who's engaging how much, and then suggests some grading as well for the lecturers. So that was one of the biggest, my favorite tool that I could find out.
Take your question and then.
I would like to know about this. We are talking so much about the hybrid learning and online learning and all those tools and technical things that we can help to teach in a better way or learn in a better way. But what about for a student who is in a hybrid learning or on online learning? How all these learning and technology can affect his personal building, its soft skills? And because as we know, being physical somewhere is totally different than being online. So what about that? When those students who graduate with such a platform can be in real world environment and physical environment, how will they tackle all these difficulties of the confidence and soft skills and all that?
I think it depends what we mentioned before. It depends really on the group. I mean, it's different for bachelor students than it is probably for master students who are already in the job. I think we have to differentiate between these two groups. And some of our master programs, they offer hybrid and it works perfectly fine. We had the rather bad experience with the hybrid we had with like really grades going down massively. Cold calling didn't work because the lecturers often had like a whole big screen of 35 black tiles and you cold call them and there's no one answering. So this is sort of like the distance there was too big, you know, there's no way they can wake up them anymore, you know, and this is where we lose them. So that's the risk we do not want to take for this group anymore. For others, you know, if there's another intrinsic motivation, be it the teacher, the lecturer, or be it just like they know why they're there, you know, for further education reasons whatsoever, it's a different thing.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank Abhishek, Cedric, Malte, Maria, and Amir for a nice discussion. We will need 2 minutes to get rid of the chairs. So if you're quick, you might get a coffee, okay? Please stay in the room.
In the direction of the lecture. Ways of change.
Yeah.
Also about how you handle this. This question like some profile, nobody knows. Yeah, so what they are doing. So I think I have to run now. Good. Pleasure. And sehr gut. Spaß hier, oder? Auch bei der Familie. Ja, ciao.
So please take a seat. We start again. We will have a longer coffee break after this lecture. Okay?
You read the mind. You read our minds. Also, kann natürlich nicht sagen, wie das so diese Seite so ist.
Oder auf dein Verhut oder so. Ah, okay, so sieht das aus.
My finger okay, we would like to proceed in the program. Next speaker is Alexander Walch from the wonderful University of Liechtenstein.
And one of the smallest, but I think the kindest. We have the best professors in the German-speaking area.
Stage is yours.
Yeah. So we spoke in this very interesting panel. We spoke basically about some of the points that I'm going to address as well. Requirements. What requirements result from hybrid teaching for lecturers and for student administration? So part of our research project, of our Erasmus project, is or was some surveys, some interviews to just gather some actual data, not only information from the books, of those questions. I'm gonna skip my self-introduction to save some time, but I want to start with this outline, and that's quite messy on purpose, actually. So when I think about moving to the hybrid environment, we have two groups, right? We have lecturers, student administration, students as well, but I won't talk about students now. And what we can see is there are many dimensions. This is a multi-layered, multi-dimensional net of interactions. So as a lecturer, you have basically three tasks: to teach, you supervise, and supervising is also some kind of teaching, and you test or do the grading. And if you are administration, you basically have two client groups, right? First is the students and the second is the lecturers. And now you do not only have those different tasks, but you do them at different points in time during the semester, before semester, after semester, and this repeats, of course, 2 times a year, as most of us know from our own experience. What we can see is there are many cross-links and interactions, and that's why we focused our work basically on the stages, on 3 stages: before semester, during semester, after semester. And that's also my later slides. I'm going to follow this approach, and we did surveys based on this structure, basically. So our methodology was, like I said, interviews, mainly interviews for the student administration. That means I went personally to some universities and some colleges in Germany, Liechtenstein, Switzerland. I also had some Skype or whatever video conference, but I preferred going there personally for some reasons, which maybe are not so obvious. But the thing is, if you talk to someone in video, they can tell you a lot. But if you go there, and for example, I went to here as well, and then you see the environment, and then you can ask, okay, how is it when a student starts studying here after admission, he comes there, what happens to him? And you can go through the whole process in a much more natural way and much more natural sequence, basically, compared to just a video call. For the lecturer side, we wanted to have a larger amount of data. So we did actually an online survey, sent it out to all lecturers of Frankfurt School and of our own university, and I think to one or two other institutions. So we had quite many responses. I cannot give you the exact number, but you will have it in our final report. And Martin shared the link to the final report in the beginning of this day, and you will get it with the presentations as well. So I think the final report is due in March then. Also here on my next slides, there won't be any numbers, but you can find exact numbers in those final reports later. For now, I would like actually to invite you to engage with me. Please get out your phones and scan the QR code, or you can go to menti.com and type the code. And then there should already be the first page. I would like to ask you to name your three major challenges that you can come up with for a lecturer. If you think of a lecturer, he taught only in a classical on-campus environment, and now he is experiencing hybrid. Maybe he was forced through COVID or whatever, he's moving to hybrid. What would be the three major challenges in your opinion? I'm gonna move to the result page, but you have time, like take your time, think about it. Also those at home, please engage and take all the time that you need. Okay, so that's the 4 responses. We are going to wait until, let's say, 20 or 15 at least. It's interesting to see. Maybe if you need to copy from your colleagues, you can do that as well, but just really take those that are important to you. Yeah, some more maybe at home. Only 9 persons. Okay, 11. Now there's some coming. Okay. Okay, so that's 18. I'm gonna look at it now. So what we can see, basically, I know the results from our survey. So what I'm doing now is I'm comparing my mind survey and your responses, just to see, moving a bit around, but exactly technology, that's a very large issue. We had it in the panel earlier. You need to know how it functions. Another thing was here, it's quite tiny now, okay, and it's moving away. It says 3 jobs at a time here. That's really a thing. You need to monitor the monitor with the students at home, then the classroom, and then your slides or your whiteboard or whatever you do. It's many tasks, and most lecturers that basically they feel like they need an assistant. And I spoke to some people also in person, and one said, so, I think there's some you have no Maybe have please stay on your phone. We will use that again in a couple of moments. And the second slide will concern the administrative side then. So for the first phase, for the semester preparation phase, there is not much on the slide now because basically this is where you do all of the work, right? You need to prepare your teaching, maybe your seminar that you're going to supervise. You need to come up with research projects for the one-to-one supervising seminar settings, maybe master thesis projects, all sorts of things. And then if you are very, very engaged lecturer, you are planning the questions for the exam already at the beginning of the semester so that you can know how to teach actually, and you can combine that and you don't do your last minute exam. So that's things that you did before the hybrid already. The only difference, basically, about the large difference is there are lots of adjustments necessary because people will not all be in class. Many are at home, and you can probably not even steer when are they here, when are they at home, how will they engage, and all of that. So what you need, and that's the only requirement there are more in our survey, but the only that I want to mention here is you need awareness, awareness, awareness. You need to know I'm now in hybrid, things are different. And that's where the problems start. In the survey, we also asked, like, are you willing to adjust? And shockingly, many said, no, basically, I would almost consider searching another job than teaching if I need to adjust to hybrid. And that's really bad. But we as universities, we need to find a way to motivate our lecturers as well. It's not only about student motivation, it's about teaching the lecturers how to grow, basically. So during the semesters, I'm not going to read all the points, but during the semesters, basically what's different is you need to provide much more information and you need to provide it somehow centralized that everyone can find it, that you do not get 20 times the same question. And of course, that existed as well in the past, basically, but people came or asked during the class and you can no longer steer that. And then in class, what we see during the lectures, the interaction is a very big and bad problem. I know from our own experience as students in a normal on-campus setting that sometimes or most times there barely is any interaction. Really, not many students want to interact, and there are many different reasons for that. But when some of those few who interacted now also are at home, and then there's the second barrier, and then maybe they think, oh no, the people in class on campus, they can interact. So it makes the thing just dramatically worse. So yeah, cold calling is what we heard. We also heard it in the survey, I think. You need to come up with some strategies for that. And you have, as a teacher, you have to have the willingness to use all what you can use in forms of communication during the lecture, but also the willingness to respond. If I get an email, I cannot tell my student, yeah, please put it in the Q&A forum. I can copy it maybe myself today, but I need to respond the same way. If not, I'm not doing that. Well, there will be frustration. My student will not ask any more questions. He will never engage, and I've lost him for the semester. So it's all about awareness, and we need to. We have seen many teachers say, "Okay, I feel like not only I have two groups that I'm addressing, one group here, one group at home, but I feel like at least three. The third group is the group of the invisible, and the group of the invisible is the largest." So as universities, we need to teach strategies how to address and how to engage with the invisible. Then the examination phase, basically we had it in the panel as well. It's the same results. So we at our university, Liechtenstein, we saw decreasing success. We saw no engagement, basically. Martin spoke about videos that they watched like a couple of days before the exam. The grades were really bad in some classes that I went to. I was, I think I graduated early 2020, so I was like in the very beginning of the pandemic. My only one and my last exam was digitally, and I think almost everyone failed because they never studied, basically. So yeah, but that's the job of the lecturer as well. He needs to come up with a lecture that engages, but then also with an exam that is somehow engaging also during the exam, that brings some sort of motivation for the student to think, to concentrate now for those 90 minutes, and to try really to do his best and not to think, oh yeah, next semester or in 2 weeks there's the second trial. No, you should really not go 2 or 3 times for the same exam. What we could also think about is adjusting the frequency. Many courses, they just have an exam at the end of the semester or just when the lecture has ended. But maybe we should talk about having more exams during the semester for the same course, because that forces our students to look at their scripts, to look at the videos, to come to class. Okay, now I would like to ask you to go back to Menti. If you have not opened it anymore, you can scan the code again. And I need to open the second slide. I think now you should see it on the phone as well. So it's the same job as before, the 3 major challenges, but now for student administration, please. Think of someone who is administering, let's say, an executive course or also bachelor course. It doesn't really matter, but now his students suddenly want to attend from at home or want to be flexible. There's some differences to lecturers, actually. And I don't want to say too much, but I think people in student administration are not as severely affected, or the changes are not as dramatically as for lecturers. First person has responded. And again, at home, you're very invited to take part here. And I will also, again, take a minute or 2, think through it, take your time. I think we had around 20 or 18 or something the last time, so you still have, let's say, 20 seconds.
Participation drops down on the second.
Yeah, they fell asleep. There will be a coffee break afterwards again. So.
And you want to submit points.
And I cannot cold call because I don't know who has not responded. It's quite difficult. 18. All right. But if I look at it, basically there's well, there are 2 surprises to me, I think. First is the WhatsApp spying. I'm not sure if it's still here. Yeah, here, spy into students' WhatsApp. I'm not sure what that means though. If Is the person who posted that in the room? Would you please raise your arm? Spy into students' WhatsApp.
It was me, yeah.
Oh yeah, could you explain?
Actually, there is a lot of communication, for example, between the students, so they exchange, but I don't get it. I mean, so we have open boards and there are discussion forums and feedback anonymous, but still there's conversation that we don't have access to. So there's a lot of things we could learn about the reality of our students, but we can't because these are closed groups. And if we offer them other groups, if we make a WhatsApp group, there will be still students only WhatsApp group. So
you have to sneak in there somewhere.
So that's what I wanted to say. So I need a spy.
It's again a
student assistant.
It's again a case for your WhatsApp group. Again, a case for your son, I think.
Yeah.
Not only the monitor, also yeah. No, but from a student's perspective, maybe sometimes it's good that you're not part.
Well, that's fair, but still,
I know what you mean.
Information getting lost. That might be.
Yeah. The other thing that was a little bit surprising was I lost track of it. But I'm going back to the PowerPoint now. Let's say for another 5 minutes. Okay, so again, we have the 3 phases. What we can see, or what we could see during the interviews is obviously one thing is you need to communicate what software or at least hardware is required. So usually a student who does not own a laptop has a big problem. And we are an EU project, right? And if we think now about our southern and eastern member states, that's really an economic problem. Not even in Germany, every student can afford a notebook and we cannot exclude them from teaching. And in the south and the east, it's even worse. So student administration should think about that and come up with solutions. So maybe there would be some software or hardware deals just offered like discounts, or maybe you can rent the computer from the school, or maybe you can rent it for free or whatever. So there should be a solution, because if we do not provide a solution to that, we will basically keep some students out. And if we keep a certain group out of our university, there will be someone missing in the discussions, and some fruitful insights will be missing. Yes, please.
We should have some data on that right now. How did the public universities did that during Corona? I mean, they must have faced this issue. I mean, Frankfurt School, fair enough, did not. The different clientele, that's usually not an issue, but I mean, I imagine, I know Goethe did lots of online courses and other universities as well, so they must have faced that issue already.
Yeah,
at the University of Halle, the students had the possibility to borrow a wide variety of different technologies, but they did not often did so. They didn't borrow the technologies, the laptops, for instance, very often.
Yeah, probably is data. Our project is ongoing until March, and we will look into that. But I have not looked into that yet, but I think there should be data. I only know it from schools, like middle school and things like that. And it depended basically on the region where you lived, and there were some really bad cases. But yeah, I mean, there should be some data, yeah. So, and then the other thing, when they have set up their soft and hardware issues, is providing instructions. A student who has no experience, maybe it's first semester, student needs to know how to open the streaming software, like the stupidest things, the easiest stuff. You need to know which software to use for what course. So there has to be, like, in best case, a one-page letter course or somewhere to just do the onboarding, basically. And that's just things that have not existed yet. But once they are done one time, and I think during COVID we have done them already, to be honest, it's just something you need to update maybe, but you produce it one time, basically. So during the semesters, we had it mentioned also during our Menti blackouts. They might occur, and then what will we do? Yeah, blackout is bad, but I think during the lecture It's not as bad as during the exam, hopefully. Still, it's a problem. So one solution would be recording the videos. I mean, if there's a power outage and if you cannot operate the camera, that's another thing. But if you have at least a recording, then you could provide it after the lecture, even if that's not the policy that you would usually do, but you have some backup on the camera usually. Then we had it at our university, the networking issue. We just did not have enough internet, basically. You need to have technical redundancy. You need to look at the plans, the maps of your facilities, and you need to be prepared for all of those things. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about, we had it, the topic of interaction, networking, students not getting to know anyone, studying for themselves 6 years, and afterwards they have no social skills, nothing, never seen any person. They are shy like they were in kindergarten. So we need to provide at least digital meetups, maybe hybrid meetups, maybe physical meetups, but we need to provide meetups. And usually that was not really the job of student administration. That's just students self-organized it through WhatsApp. But if they don't know anyone, they don't have a WhatsApp group. Not everyone is in that WhatsApp group. So there is a lot of networking that needs to be organized from the university side. So for my basically last slide, I would go to the examination phase. Here again, we have the blackout and data loss. But we hear today of some software solutions that can save the exams even offline, and we'll upload them later on online. So there is some redundancy already. You just have to have the right program, and you need to plan for all cases. And then the second thing I would mention here is the distribution of post-exam reviews. That's a big thing, at least at my university. I was almost always doing the post-exam review to get to know what I didn't know and how to improve and things like that. And here we have some data security issues to solve, depends much on the local law. And a uniform platform would be good, automatic access somehow would be very good. I have it at one, I'm doing another program at the same time, and I have it at the other university. You basically log on to our university account and the exam automatically shows up. At University of Liechtenstein, it's more like a manual approach. We need to send it out by email or something. Yeah, those are the things. You cannot tell the student, yeah, if you want to look at your exam, just come by. That time is over. But what we have seen in the interviews is, at least those who I spoke to, they are really willing to adjust. And that's a big difference to the lecturers. Actually, nobody in my interviews said, yeah, I don't want to adjust hybrid, I don't care. They know, I mean, they know it's a new time. We have to adjust, and they want to adjust. Of course, I did not interview as many people as I surveyed, but yeah, I think there is a little bit more awareness for the need. So what will be the next steps in our project? Like I said, we will look maybe at numbers, what you spoke about of borrowed devices. We will look more at literature, compare that to our findings. Then the end result, which you can find from end of March onwards, is our guidelines and our checklists that we produce. And we hope to help universities, especially maybe smaller ones in Southern and Eastern Europe, who are not as far as we are here in Germany. It's a European-wide project, so really the intention is to help other universities who have not as much staff as we have here at Frankfurt School or at Liechtenstein University. So yeah, that's it from my side. If you have questions, we could look at that now. And thank you for your attention. Maybe we start online if there are any online questions. I will ask.
No questions as of now.
Any comments here, questions? Otherwise, oh yeah.
I just would like to make a comment for us as working with a hybrid setting for 2 years now. There is one main challenge, which is managing expectations for the administration, because you have to manage the expectations of the lecturers and of the students. And well, this is one of our main challenges.
Yeah, true. Also in the interviews, one of the statements that was done a couple of times is, we as the student administration, we are the ones who have to solve the communication issues between student and teachers. And sometimes the student does not message the teacher, but the administration, and also the other way, and they need to match them somehow. And that's just a lot of effort and should not happen like that.
I would come back to the point, you were telling at some points about the, southern countries in the European context. And I'm a little bit surprised about this, because, it's not like we are famous for, being in the first row of, good networks in Germany and stuff like this. So what's exactly the deficits they have in the southern countries? So it's really like the students are poor?
Oh, I'm just thinking of finance, basically. There is not, they're not equipped as we are, at least not all of them. They have some leading universities in the big cities.
Okay.
But here in Germany, in every city, like above 50,000 or 100,000 inhabitants, we have more or less good equipped universities. So it's more about the distribution.
Like index.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Any more? Then you are free to take the next coffee if you wish.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have a short break for like 10 minutes, and then be back in 20 minutes before 4 o'clock. So 10 minutes.
Ja, genau.
Stimmt, Streamer nehmen.
Das ist doch gut. Ja, ich hätte gerne.
Ja, aber auch wenn das so gelb ist, dann kann man das kaum lesen. Aber ich manchmal.
Wobei das.
Ja, okay.
Aber ich finde das war auf den ersten Blick, weißt du?
Ja. Ich finde es gut. Ich finde es passt. Aber ich meine, wenn es weiß ist und gelb ist, auch mal schon so. Der fand auch so toll aus.
Ja, aber ich wusste dann nicht.
Also in dem Kurs ist es bei uns auch so. Da wird
Ja, stimmt, sonst müsste es weg werden. Aber es ist schon.
Das ist schon, wenn du das meinst. Ja,
das sind sie zu Hause bleiben.
Boah, jetzt bin ich mal Tag eingeführt für Lektions, ne? So ein Stab schön aus bis 13 Uhr. Ja. Ich wäre auch so.
Gar nichts mehr. Da hast du mehr. Das wird, glaube ich, ganz gut.
Ja, aber auch nur so. Ja.
Aber wir können ja mal
Der Felix, der hat das Diskussion gemacht. Mario ist von der Frankfurt School.
Ja, du brauchst noch einen Regisseur.
Mario arbeitet hier auch bei der Frankfurt School, also ich meine, klar, der ist
sozusagen aus. Deswegen ist Timetable super, das ist Strecke. Ja, nicht wirklich viel erklärt, das mache ich Antwort. Ich kann nicht Content. Das kann immer eine gute Lösung sein für eine bestimmte
Ob die jetzt extra für hier angereist ist, ist ja
schon spektakulär.
weil ich natürlich nur höchstens gegen andere Projekte in der Uni. Wie gesagt, wir erreichen als Moschee-Verein
Kommt aus dem Casino.
Wir zahlen aber auch die Gebühren.
Ich weiß nicht, ob heute Morgen ist, glaube ich, der Multiplier war erwähnt, der wurde noch parallel zu angegeben.
Das ist mein.
Wir wurden eingeladen von der Studenten. Und das war mal. Wir hatten immer eine Veranstaltung. Also zum Glück war es in der Schule. Ja. Das ist so ein bisschen zertifiziert von dem Bachelor. Das Jahr war das erste Mal, dass ich so organisierte Feier. Ich habe letztens mehr Abitur gemacht. Das ist ein guter Abend.
Oh, it's starting.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's starting.
You can do the silent fox, you know.
Okay. Please hold your thoughts to the last part. Yeah, no worries, no worries. We still have some networking afterwards, so keep your thoughts in mind. And
to discuss, you also have a final discussion, so spare your thoughts and questions for another 45 minutes, and then we can discuss those.
Okay, so the next session is about adaptation of teaching and study concepts to new didactics. So we have talked already a lot about hybrid learning, and what we want to present is a different learning approach, which we do with the Web3 Talents programs. So my name is Dominik and I'm the project lead of DeFi Talents. I'm together on the stage with Julian, who is the project lead at the DLT Talents. And in the first part, I want to tell you about why blockchain is important in education as an emerging technology and as a concept that is for a lot of people hard to understand. And then I will do a little introduction to what the Web3 Talent programs are. We already heard today before a little bit about it. So now we're gonna dive in deep. And after that, Julian will tell you which are our methodological approaches and which concepts we are applying to teach this difficult subject. So first of all, most people, if they think about blockchain, cryptocurrencies come in their mind, trading, making fast money, but that's not what blockchain really is. Blockchain is a concept or is an umbrella concept for different terms. There are different domains that have been developing. So for example, DeFi or stablecoins that enable DeFi. We have seen NFTs this year, also Web3, maybe the metaverse also. But there are still some barriers for people to understand this new technology. First of all, I would say there is some lack of knowledge. So as I said, most people associate blockchain just with cryptocurrencies, but they don't dig deeper into what blockchain really is. So and also the ones who want to dive deeper into it, they find themselves confronted with some information overload. So they go online. First of all, they don't know which terms they should Google, with what they should start. There are some YouTube videos out there. There's some good research papers, but with what should they really start to understand the subject? And also there's kind of a technological shyness. So people have some security concerns. So they have read about that user funds are getting stolen, that some decentralized exchanges get hacked. So what's the solution we present for this? Is of course education. So what we want to do with the talent program
is to offer this education in another way, because of course we could do, and we also do that, teach about blockchain in a traditional way, so a lecture telling the people what blockchain is, but that normally is done in a small classroom, so there are 30, maximum 40 people. So what we want to do is help more and more people to dive into the topics, DLT, DeFi, which means decentralized finance, NFTs, which are non-fungible tokens, or for example, Bitcoin. So our approach is to offer a guided and self-managed learning approach. What does that mean, guided and self-managed? So guided means we provide with a structured curricula for people to look at, okay, where can we start? And what are the important things that we need to know about a topic? And also, it's mentored, so it's guided in another way. That means we don't have one lecture, we have a group of mentors with this group of talents. And they have the ability to make connections also. So these are the 3 first programs you see we're already offering them. Bitcoin Talents, we are launching it next year in January. So how are these programs structured? Basically, it's an 18-week program where we have 10 sessions. So every second week we have a session. This session is offered via Zoom. That means we make this education accessible worldwide. And we accept around 100 to 200 participants, depending on the program. First, we started with DLT Talents, where we started offering a program from women, for women. So women only, getting to know what DLT is, getting into the space in a session only made for them. And we are already doing the 5th and the 6th batch next year. Then we did DeFi Talents to explore what decentralized finance is. And we did NFT Talents, so another more specific program. And for the ones who really want to know what Bitcoin is, we are launching now Bitcoin Talents, which makes 1,300 talents or 1,300 participants per year, which we are onboarding on a complex topic in an interactive way, where everyone is learning the same, but also teaching one the other. So what this interactive session means. So we start with a little stay informed. So we are telling the talents what are the newest developments in, for example, DeFi over the last 2 weeks, but also they get the chance to present what they have been learning. After that, we go into assignment presentation. So assignments are basically the talents get every second week after the session, they get an assignment, a to-do, but we also provide them with research material. So they know what to look at, but they are of course free to dive deeper into the topics that they are more interested in. And then in a small group, so we go in these breakout rooms where we have one mentor. So a mentor is a key factor at our programs. So around 8 to 10 talents present all together in one small group. Everyone gets the chance, on one hand, to present what they have been learning, but also to learn from others, what others have been doing. So maybe one has a different view on a topic than another one. And they always have one expert, which is the mentor, to help them answer questions. After that, we go back into the main room where the whole group gets together. And the best ones, or the ones who put the most effort, or if there is any questions that couldn't be answered in the breakout room, we do that in the whole group. So everyone gets together. And well, after that, we of course look at the next assignment. So we provide again the research questions, but also research materials. And for the end, we always have a guest speaker. And a guest speaker is not someone who's going to talk about theoretical stuff. They're normally experts who have been already working in this field for some time. So they give some practical info on which projects they have been working about, what is really interesting. All of this program is divided into 3 phases. So in the first phase, we build a common basis, a common discussion basis for everyone. So all the talents know, for example, for DeFi talents, we first need to know what a layer 1 is, what a layer 2 is, what are stable coins, lending, borrowing. So they all can discuss about the same topics. In the second phase, which is called the multidisciplinary phase, we look at the topic from different perspectives. So for example, if one is interested in building their own project, they need to know where can they find some funds for their project. If someone is more interested into the regulatory, so we also look at that. And since we have a very international talent group, they can also tell which are the different regulatories in different countries. And in the last phase, the concentration phase, they get the chance to dive into the topic they liked most. I hand over.
Yeah, from now on, I will dive a little bit deeper into how we actually approach all these different aspects of our talents programs. And I will start by outlining the structure a little bit better. So our approach to teaching our talents the difficult topic of blockchain in general is by having 3 main pillars. One thing is that we have our talents choose for themselves what their learning goals actually are, which means, or what we believe in, that this already enhances their motivation to complete a program, because they can choose for themselves what do I want out of it, what do I actually want to become in the blockchain space, and so on. The next part is the teaching. The teaching is basically not made by, like Dominik said, there's a teacher sitting in front of the class and talking about a specific topic. No, it's basically the talents they learn with and from each other, and then together with mentors who are basically applying guidance to the discussions that the talents have with each other. And the third pillar of our constructive alignment there is basically the way we examine how our talents gather competency in the field of Bitcoin, NFTs, DeFi, or DLT in general. So in this last pillar, the examination is made, also we heard it before, made through media production. We believe that, okay, you choose your goal for yourself, then also they choose basically the specialization for themselves, as blockchain is a very broad topic. It's just impossible to be an expert in every part of it. So everybody has to choose for themselves. Do I want to become like an expert in business models, or do I want to become an expert in developing actually smart contracts, for example? And there we have, we thought about, okay, the best way to just do that is have them produce some sort of media by, for example, writing an article, conducting an interview with an expert, or for example, creating a pitch deck with their own business idea and have them pitch the idea in front of the group, and then have them get feedback and so on and discuss about it. So, like I already mentioned, selecting the right learning goals is not always that easy. So what we did is basically think about, okay, what main goals or main paths could there be in blockchain? And then we were going for 5, which is basically an entrepreneurial path, technologist path, a regulatory path, an investor path, and a multiplicator path. So the first is about entrepreneurials, about business models, for example, what works as a business model in Web3 or what doesn't. So they become an expert in that. The next part is about technology. So have them, for example, learn about smart contracts. How do I code a smart contract? Will I do it on Solidity or Rust? And so on and so on. The next path is the regulatory path, which is have them become an expert in, for example, the MiCA regulations about blockchain, which are just being raised at the moment in the EU. Investors obviously are about being able to analyze the market, have them go deeper in that aspect, and then also multiplicator, which is basically community building. Blockchain thrives through a networking effect, which means that the more people go into a specific topic or use a specific crypto asset, the better it is for everybody. So in the end, it's a multiplicator, means that you become an expert in a specific crypto asset community, for example, and just know about what do people think, what they believe in, and being able to maybe even influence those ideas. Then the second layer, like I already mentioned, is about teaching. So what we do is we have a structured learning guidance, which means that we have a curriculum with a set structure. Dominik already mentioned that we have a fundamental phase where people learn about the basics about blockchain. Then they can, after they found some common ground, they learn more about or they can go into the topics they choose for themselves. And so we have the three phases approach. We have the network, so people learn with and from each other by creating their own content, sharing it with others, going into discussions and getting feedback by each other. This is just a very nice way to learn because it's very engaging and also motivates each other because everybody has the opportunity to voice his or her opinion. And then also role models by having presentations by industry leaders, experts that come in every session, and then, for example, teach the talents about their business model or about what they have learned in the last couple of years. So all in all, what we found out in itself in our programs, now we have actually 4. It's going since 2020. We had over 4,000 talents already. So this program is also very nice to just get a high throughput of people being just onboarded into the blockchain topic and have them being able to be autonomously choose what they like, have them being able to voice their opinion. And so one thing which works really well is media production. Media production is a great way to examine the competency of people because at first, everybody can have a value from it. So we as teachers or as mentors, we can learn from the media that our talents produce. We also have to think about it, give feedback. So we also have to be experts in the topic that they are writing about. And then if you know, like, okay, I'm not really able to give feedback, then I know what I have to learn more about. Also, media production is a great way because if they produce great media, they can use it for themselves and use the media to maybe start their own personal brand in that sense. For example, somebody wrote a nice article on Medium and then they can publish it themselves. We will help them publish it. And so everybody has a value from it. Next one is the mentoring approach. Like we said, having a multitude of mentors coming from different backgrounds helps tremendously by just distributing all the knowledge on a very big basis. So it's not like, okay, I'm a mentor of one talent. No, we have one mentor and then 15 talents, for example, or 12 or 10 can actually get something from him. And then we have the hands-on approach, which is about basically have the talents lose their technological shyness, which is like, okay, I don't know. They say something like, oh, I'm afraid to send my Bitcoin to another address. What happens if I type in the address wrong or whatever? And we help them in like a safe space, so to say, to help them go their first steps. And then after they get some self-confidence, basically release them in the world of blockchain. Then there's the community aspect already, like also Maria mentioned that a lot of these people, if they get a foot into the blockchain door, they just also are very willing to give back in the afterwards. So they are like, okay, now I got my foot into the blockchain. I've been working there for a year or some couple months. Now I'm ready to give back to the talents that are now being onboarded. And then we have that, obviously, And then last but not least, diversity is also a really big thing. Like I said, blockchain is such a huge topic with different subtopics, which is about game theory, being able to code, understanding business models. It's inclusive, all these things, finance, understanding markets, all these things. And we have talents from all over these different market segments, so to say, and then they can share their own knowledge with each other, and everybody learns from everybody, which is just a big multiplicator effect in the end. And so these are the 5 things that we found out are working really well. And obviously, it's not easy for like a university to adopt all these things in their programs because they have policies and all this stuff, but it's just great to think about it, what works and what doesn't. And so our main goal was basically to show how it could work in the end. And I believe that after now almost 3 years doing these programs, we can say that they do their job. And there's also a nice saying, which is basically, if you give a talent a fish, you can feed him or them for a day, but if you teach them how to fish, they can feed themselves for their whole lifetime. And this is what we believe in, making them able to be autonomous in the field of blockchain. And thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Any questions?
Yeah. Question: how do you deal with? I guess that your talents have a very wide range of pre-knowledge on the topic. Mm-hmm. How do you deal with that? So some might know already basically the whole program.
Yeah.
And some are very new. How do you deal with that?
I can address that question. So that's why we start with this basic phase. So basically, of course, there are some persons who bring more knowledge to it, but what we have knowledge is that a lot of people have this community feeling. So even though they maybe in the first or second session, if they already bring more knowledge, maybe for them it's an easier topic, but they still stay in the group because they know, okay, I can do easily my slides, which I will be presenting to the group, and I'm also helping others to understand the topic. So it's not only the self-learning in the first moment, of course, it's also the sharing, and as we said, we do media production. So basically, they repeat the knowledge they have themselves. They process it because they have to put it on some slides, and they will present it. So sometimes, if maybe you understand already a topic, but the step from understanding it to having to explain it to another group of people is again a step within learning. So maybe the first 1 or 2 sessions it's not so interesting for them, but they're still learning something, at least some skills as presenting or doing some nice slides. That's also a good skill to have. And after that, since it gets more and more deeper into the topics, then they of course have again a learning curve.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Do we have more questions?
I have to look for
maybe online, yeah.
Now we got feedback, but no questions.
No questions.
Maybe a short one.
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
So do you grade your students?
No.
Okay. So we have the last assignment that the talents do is or write an article. So that's something to a bit push them out of what people normally do, because most of the times if you write something, you just submit it to your professor or to your teacher, but you don't publish it out for a wide publicum. So or the other option is doing a pitch deck about a new idea. So that is reviewed by our mentors. So also the best of them, we publish them on our social media. So if you have a bit in mind to go deeper into it or become maybe an influencer in some of these topics, it's a good chance to put off effort in that. So that's the part that we really review. And
do you do it with 1,000 students?
We I have them per year, but it's distributed in 4 cohorts.
But still, I mean,
So if we have, for example, in DeFi Talents, we have now around 160, 170 students, and we have around 20 mentors. So every mentor gets between 8 and 10 assignments. They read through, they give feedback, and then we can see if they have kind of reached the standards that we have put.
Yeah, let me add one thing. However, the thing is that basically, because it is so easy accessible, there's also a huge dropout rate. It's just how it is.
Okay.
So obviously, if I'm in a breakout room as a mentor with 12 people, not all of these 12 people are active. It's like probably in every university setting, you have your usual 5s, and the other 7s, they have their computer camera off, and that's just how it is basically.
So in percentage, how large is your dropout rate?
I think there's like 60 or 70% passing, and the rest. So we have them pass by their attendance and also the
submission of the
assignments. Yeah, exactly. So it's basically a certificate program for use. Yeah.
Any further questions? Okay, good. Thank you very much.
It looks like nice lines.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So no break.
Do you need a break?
No.
Okay. No break. You just have one.
Okay. Yeah, so now I will tell you something completely different, because it's not really about hybrid learning, but it's about learning. And I tell you a little bit about what I was doing during the last 10 years. So this is really a long story, and I really have to hurry up, but I will be around. So ask me anything later. I guess I have to hurry up. So I see not all formatation of the slides might be correct, but so it's a boost of motivation. This I really need funding for this transformation of my. Okay, but now what is gameful learning? And I like to start with pictures from Philipp. So he is a photographer and makes portrait photos of people. And there's one series where he took pictures at people during computer games. Okay, and there's one specific event in computer games that really illustrates this idea of gameful learning. And this is the so-called epic win. So are there gamers in the room? So who knows what an epic win is? If you know it, okay. So no strong gamers. So an epic win is the situation in a computer game where you realize that you can do something that you did not think about that it's possible when you started playing the game, right? So the first time you reach an end boss and you realize you really can defeat him. So if you are not a gamer, maybe you know this facial expression, right? So this is how people look like in this moment of epic win. And there are different, phases of this epic win that are really, telling different stories. I have 4 images just to illustrate it. So the first thing, this is the classical epic win, where this person, is end facing, really like, oh my God, I really did it. So it was possible, The second phase, I would say, well, this person was trying it 1,000 times, but in this phase, you see, he will try it at least, 300 more times. He is not finished yet. The third phase, is telling like, now that I reached this point, I know exactly what I'm going to do with these skills. My next moves are already planned. And for the first, I would, entitle it with, you said I will never reach this goal, but I have, so what? And the point was, I was asking myself, what's wrong with my students? So because I never saw phases like this in my lectures. But they are all engaged in computer games. So I'm teaching in computer science. So my students really play a lot and they even pay money for it and they spend nights. But they never show this engagement in my lecture. So why is this? Okay. And this is where this idea of gameful learning comes into it. Because if we think about for a moment what makes a computer game successful, then we realize there's some things, there's science about successful gaming because it's $1 million industry. And it's very important that you get positive feedback. So it has to make fun, right? So if you can't enjoy the computer game, you don't play it. You need to have immediate feedback. If you are not aware of the rules, you can't play the game, right? Sure. At the same time, you need to have some strategy level. So there need to be some kind of self-determination that you can, evolve a feeling of you are part of the game. You're really controlling something. Well, I already said it. You need to understand the goals and the rules because, otherwise it's not fun. If the game is I played it for 2 weeks and I never really got the rules, so I stopped playing it. And it need to stay engaging. So, there need to be always levels that you can reach, but they have to feel like they are reachable. Yeah. So otherwise, again, you would stop playing this game. Okay. So this means, you're starting with the game, have no idea of your skills. Then, it's engaging you and you're getting better in the game. You're developing certain skills. And at some point, you're growing in this game, you're reaching this level where you can achieve these epic win situations. You're learning some skills. And there's some games, that make you prepare burgers. And then, you were so well that on the master level, Carl's Jr. offers you a free internship because you are, aware of all their processes. Yeah, you learned these skills. So you're really learning something during these games and you have fun. So if you then go back to the university, well, I don't know if you're familiar with, the natural sciences, but we have typically 2 weeks assignments where they have to prepare homeworks and they have to pass them for the whole semester to get the admission for the final exam. So they get nothing else out of it except of this admission. Then, they have to pass the exam and I'm grading the exam and this mark is on their certificate. So it's completely dislinked from what they were doing the whole term. And most of the students have not only one exam in my lecture, but they are attending 5 to 7 exams per term. So, and they all in the end of the semester, and they don't know beforehand if they will pass or not. They will fail for some, they will shift some to a later time. And then if they manage to go past this, the next term is starting and the game is getting over. So they start, feeling like this might be a good course. And we're, teaching them small. So it's the other way around, which means, to be honest, our lectures are anti-games. So they are completely opposite to a good game. Yeah, so maybe it's not my students, but maybe it's the way we are structuring our lectures that just is not fun. You know, I could never sell standard teaching as a successful game. It would just not work. You know. So what can we do about it? Well, we could try to make it a little bit more game-like. And I started 10 years ago. So that means after 5 years, I got my university to a point where we could switch our exam regulations that I did not have to have a final exam for 90% of the mark, but I could split my whole teaching with a point system where all my students start basically with 0 points. So they all start with a no pass, and they can collect points during the term with all the assigned assessments. And that means now these 2-week assignments they have to do are now part of the game, right? So they get 12 points for passing the assignment, and they get, I don't know, 20 points for a project work they are doing during the term. And, you know, then the other 2-week assignments are coming up, which means if they do all these assignments, they can reach a certain level of a mark without having an exam. In these first years, you know, I was very happy because, you know, there was in the STEM culture, we realized that our students are completely stressed out. And I was thinking, okay, so we can not only make them have fun, but also, you know, help them not getting a burnout during their university time. So we said we make no exam, but we will make an exam to see if you learn something. But just for participating on the exam, you get 5 points. Yeah, even because you spend time doing the exam, so you get 5 points if we certificate you that you at least tried to pass the exam. But no mark whatsoever. Everyone who is participating gets 5 points. So in the end, you know, with all these things, they could manage to have like a good grade, a 1.7. We had some extra exercises, so like Sternchenaufgaben, things that were extremely difficult to solve. And we said, okay, you can do it if you have fun. And for the, you know, years before that, nobody did it because, you know, it was difficult and it was not really fun for most of them. Now, like 30% of the people took these extra exams, extra exercises because they got 3 extra points for it, right? So it got a value which pushed up all this level. Well, I mean, in the end, you could make even more than 100 points. I think 140 if you would make all points possible in this course. And some people even got more than 100 points. You know, so I graded all stuff like, well, for example, I love quizzes, but I hate assembling quizzes because it's so time consuming. So I made them to submit questions for the quizzes. And if I used their questions, you know, they get an extra point. So that way, you know, they were engaged in the teaching and, you know, I got my incentives out of it. And if they just wanted to have the certificate and were not interested in a good mark because they are not interested in my topic, they could also do so and just, you know, collecting on you know, half-powered exercises so that they just managed to reach the 50 points. You know, in the moment where they reached 50 points, they are passed. But I liked it because, you know, they can pass my lecture now, but they don't get a good grade. Sometimes, you know, you have students that are half-powered, but very good in writing exams. So now, you know, they don't get a good mark if they are not engaged during the course. So the problem is we did some things, you know, they got reinforced because they got points if they do something. And, you know, they, of course, had to understand the rules of the point system. I mean, the rule work was simple. we worked on this growing challenges, but not so good because these old exercises, they just got more and more difficult. And they did not really have to choose a lot of things. And so this is actually the second take-home message that I want to give you. If we plan our lectures, typically, I'm, as a teacher, pick some topics that I think that are important. And I pick my exercises out of these topics. And then I say, well, okay, all my students have to do these exercises to get to the exam, right? And what I'm really doing is, I take all these students with different backgrounds and I make them through all these exercises, pass this exam, but they are self-picked by me. I test them if they become a master like me. Like I imagine them to be the master of my topic. I don't reflect anything they might be interested in, right? So it's completely reader-centered, not student-centered. Because to be honest, it should be the other way around. I should imagine, for these topics I'm proposing for this course, what are the things that they might be interested in doing? So like, I don't know, this is a course on bioinformatics. So they learn about how to sequence a genome. And I'm a computer scientist. I'm interested in the algorithms and how they work. So I was teaching them how these algorithms work. But some of them never programmed. So they hated it because they were more interested as biochemists to use these algorithms on real data. But there was no exercise. Now I have medical engineers in it, and they're more interested in how the machines are working than are doing it in laboratory. But this is not, I'm not interested in these machines, so I do not teach this. But to be honest, this should be one of the choices they have to make to go through my course, so that they can develop during this coursework to something, that is closer to mastering their own interest, Okay, so how am I doing with my timing?
As much as you need.
As much as I need. You should not say something like this. Okay,
very interesting.
So, how do we implement these different tracks? And, if you're interested in this topic, you might realize if I have 3 different tracks for all topics in my lecture, I have to separate my lecture basically 3 times, which is a lot of effort. And this is what we could do due to the funding for these fellowships in higher education. So to give it a number, I would say you need 10 to 20,000 euros, to have enough students to make your curriculum 3-part. And so learning islands, how do we imagine them? So a traditional lecture, again, our students are coming to a remote island that they have never seen before, and they don't speak the language. So traditional lecture puts them into a coach, drives them around the island. At some places they stop, they can make some fast pictures, and it goes back to the airport, and there they write the exam, right? And now we want to drive them through the island and give them certain stops where they can, experience themselves, try something new, learn something new, and make their own way around this island. And this is what we envisioned for, our exercises. So we don't have exercises anymore, but we, de-rolled or unwinded our exercises and thought about, okay, if they have a certain learning goal on this island, what are, the things the students have to know? And so we make small steps for small points to reach this goal. And they were all like parts of this track. If they know all of this stuff, they don't have to pass them, but they can directly go to the goals and try the heavy ones. So that means, we gave them certain points for each step they make in our, digital learning environment to guide through this island. And for some islands, because it's so elaborative, they even can go different paths along the island. And we hope that they, like it so much that they come back, which means, they ask for a master thesis or bachelor thesis or even a PhD thesis, right? So if they want to stay there forever on this remote island. And, this is basically cool because, we can support them if they need help. And they can skip it if they are bored by it. In the digital learning environment, they can do it whenever they want to. We had a programming environment that even graded automatically programming efforts. So they immediately saw how many points they were gathering. And, some of the exercises were just open for the whole term. So that means they could come back later if they said, okay, now I got the clue how to solve it, so I will get my points later on. One thing, you were talking about constructive alignment on your slides. On this way, we found out, well, it makes completely sense what we were doing, because these small exercises that we had beforehand when we started were not part of the exam. But if we look on these learning taxonomies, actually the exercises pretty much better reflected our learning goals than the exam questions. Because, we can't have good exam questions for programming skills, but they were programming on these exercises. So it was completely cool that now, we could gradually enhance the performance level reflecting by these points, much better than our exams. Yeah, so I skip about this slide otherwise, because, the exam was a nightmare. Most of the students can't program. So we had like 80% very easy peasy questions and just 20% very difficult questions, which means, it's easy peasy to make a good grade. But there was no other way because, they were just not skilled programmers. Ask me about gender afterwards. So this point system is working well for all students, no matter of their gender orientation. In 3 years, we just found no effect between male and female students, except of that, female students don't like the question, I like playing computer games. So they would never, but everything else is just completely non-distinguishable between the genders. Do they like it? Well, yeah, they like it. And this is funny because they work more, right? Before that, they just had to pass the exam. So they had to do everything on, like passing level for a grade of 4. Now they want to have all points. So they were much more engaged, even with the difficult questions. And, they liked it. So they did certificate us that most of the students said, well, no, it's not bothering us more than beforehand. And some even, said, well, it's so good because it takes the pressure out of the course. So they did more and they feel less pressured. And they said, well, it's so fun because now I'm really, trying to learn something because I'm not just learning for the exam. So very positive feedback. Then, we took these exams where they got these 5 points flat. And we asked them, okay, so, please do not learn for this exam. You get these 5 points anyway. And we wanted to see if they would have passed the exams 5 years ago. And we found out that, like 81%, more than 81% would have passed these easy peasy exams that we wrote 5 years ago. And then the magic happens, a colleague approached me and said, well, your students are coming to me and they want me to implement your expert system, but they want to have an exam in the end. And I was like, what? Why did they want to have an exam in the end? Yeah. Because, they know that they passed the course, but then they wanted to have an end boss. They wanted to prove themselves that they really learned something. So suddenly they wanted to have an exam in the end. And this was pretty cool because, we found out if they collect points, they want to have all the points. So we had very good grades. And if you, make it so strong that you can't get all points, then it's not fun anymore, right? So, and now in the end, I don't have it in my slides, they can now get up to 80% of the points with whatever they do, and they can all get these 80% of points. And then we have 20% of an exam, where they can actually show that they're really good. So you don't get a 1.0 just by collecting points. There's an end boss. Yeah, online lectures. They liked it because it was so, intuitive to switch online. In these learning islands, they could self-instruct work, and they did not have to be, too much. They did not need a lot of instruction, which means the switch to online learning was easy. And it was much easier to make exams online as well, because of these 20 points, or these 5 points that we had in the beginning of Corona, was not so devastating, right? So it was not a life or death exam. It was just some additional points. So we could be much more relaxed in how to rate and how to proctor our students, because we're just like, yeah, well, these 5 points, they get it anyway. And we realized it's so easy to get new material in there, right? If there is an online course that is giving a good introduction to a topic, I can just say, okay, if you solve this online quiz, you will get this and this points. And so it's very easy to integrate external material in the system as well. Okay, so to wrap it up, we found out that, exams are not the root of evil. Students even like it if it's not on life or death. Yeah, the stressor of the exams is actually the pass or fail, not the exam. And they like that they have the self-determination, that they can say, okay, I don't like your topic. Yeah, I just want to pass. So don't bother me with a nasty exam. So they just collect the points they need and then they stop doing anything. And the interested students are doing more than beforehand. On the back side, well, I already mentioned it. If we are working on this field, suddenly I have to work with, students approaching me and say, well, we are completely interested in gene patent law. And I'm like, okay, so I have to find someone who can teach you this, because if they asked for their interest, it's getting interdisciplinary. It's problem-based, basically, suddenly, all these questions. And, the question is, if everyone is doing it in one course system, suddenly they have a strong burden during the term in doing all these tasks from all the lectures. So this is a dangerous game, and you have to be careful, how to use these gamification processes. And finally, well, people ask me, what if they get addicted to your lecture? Because, people can get addicted to gaming, yeah? I said, yeah, well, if my students start doing day and night my lecture stuff and can't stop working and wake up in the middle of the night, I will immediately offer them a PhD position. I want to keep them in my lab because they are burning for this topic. That's perfect, So games addiction is a very escaping move. So they are seeking for positive feedback in the second world because they don't get it in the first one. And with a little bit gamification, a little bit gameful learning, we can get them. And that's my message I have for you. So
thank you very much.
You said I can speak as long as I want. Question.
Yes, you programmed the game, like your team programmed the game, and you can apply it for everything right now. Like I could put an innovation management course there and apply it, or how does it work?
No, we don't program any games. So we took the exercises as they were, and we just decomposed them in thinking about, if you, 5 years, 10 years ago, we said, well, solve this question. So problem-based task. Now we were taking this question and said, okay, if you want to answer this question, you need to know this and you need to know that. So we decomposed the competencies. So basically, we constructed something that is called in didactics a learning landscape. Yeah. So like this island. So we've constructed a learning landscape where we really thought hard. You know, I have a Miro board with like 2,000 nodes getting up for every question we had in these exams. We never did this before, but we had to do this now to understand the learning process we intend to have. And, you know, by decomposing this, we just then assigned certain points. You know, if you solve this, you get 2 points out of these 10. And for, you know, getting more complicated, you get 4 out of these 10. If you immediately can solve this, you get the 10 and you're free to go, right? So this is basically what we did. And then we just, you know, put everything we wanted in kind of like a quest. So like in the beginning, you know, I wanted to have 100% feedback from my students for the evaluation. So I said, okay, we will make a course quest, you know? We will not discuss about you have 90.5 points, but you want to have 91 points. But if the course is participating more than 95% on the evaluation, every one of you is getting 1 golden point that you can use, you know, for rounding up this missing point. And I had you know, people from the administration come, what are you doing? You have 120 students and 97% participated on the evaluation. You know, are you blackmailing them? No. A little bribe, maybe.
Kind of.
Kind of. But, yeah.
So it's not a real game, or it's a real game that you are also. Like,
no, I just started playing with my students. You know, we're playing together now.
So
not a
it would
game.
mean that it's possible to implement different topics in your questionnaire gamification approach.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you don't need much, you know, you just need an idea of how to spread these 100 points. This is all you need. And a lecture.
You need a special software for this? Or you have it?
No, we have Moodle.
Just with Moodle.
Well, I mean, actually Moodle is, well, yeah, it's kind of like, you know, it's like taking your golf and flying to the moon. So it's not really, so you can do it, but it's not really built for doing it, right? So.
Maybe I was too much in the virtual reality, so I thought I have an avatar and I'm going really on the landscape right now and I'm playing these games. So, but still, it's way to progress.
No, it's just standard Moodle.
Yeah.
So Moodle even has the idea of implementing, so for every assignment, you can split off the competencies involved in this assignment. This is even built in Moodle. So you can even tell them, well, for this competency, you have like 30% just from the scratch. Moodle is good, but just not used in a didactics point of view. Right?
I was thinking, if you play, there's the possibility to lose. There are students, they lose playing this game?
Well, hardly. No, they're not losing it. No, not much. I mean, so sometimes we have students that try to cheat, you know? So, and because they are not programming very well, we find them. So it's a little bit, so then this is a problem. I tell them from the beginning, you know, every assignment is like exam. So if you are cheating, it's like you're cheating in the exam. So I will punish you. And so typically, you know, we let them then fail and I take them in an oral exam. So I tell them, you know, we are playing these games. You're not playing by the rules, so I can't trust you anymore. So I have test you in a classical oral exam if you reach the learning goals. But I don't punish them. So they have a fair chance then to get the note. You know, in the beginning, we were saying, well, if you're cheating on this learning island, you don't get any points from this learning island. But this was not really fair because then, you know, they just had a bad mark. But maybe they were good. So I took them for an oral exam, which we also do if a student is getting sick during the term and can't finish the course, right? So then this is the easiest way to solve it. Thank you. Some drop out, but very early. So this is a little bit difficult because, you know, if they have more than 50% of the points, they passed it. But if they then drop out, this is kind of like they can't take it again because they passed it, right? So this is why we had this project. If they participate in the project, then everything counts. So this is kind of like a dropout point that we discussed with the students.
Yeah, thank you first of all for the great presentation. It was actually very different as I had expected from the title. I was more thinking in terms of Kahoot, Slido, games, and not like this entire lecture game. But yeah, really cool. A few questions from my side. Do you actually grade every single assignment?
Yes.
You have to grade.
Yes.
So there's really a lot of. Is it automatic grading or?
Yeah.
Auto graded.
Well, I mean, it depends. So we have there's a toolbox, virtual programming lab, that's developed in Spain, where you can really assign program languages so for programming contests. And we use this tool at the university anyway. And so we placed our programming task in this tool, so they get an auto grade. Some stuff is like, Moodle tests, so they also get grades for this automatically. Some free text things are manually corrected.
Yeah.
But we tried to scale this down because 100 students.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because it takes our idea that we discussed earlier in the exam panel discussion of breaking things down even further, not only to 2 or 3 tasks like we had, to even like 9 or 10. But as from my experience, it comes with a lot of work, and I see it for programming. Probably in other disciplines, it's a lot harder to implement because.
Well, not really. I mean, so like languages are doing it regularly, right? So you have like a written project, a spoken oral exam, and a written exam or a homework, stuff like this. So they do it. And I have a colleague who is working in medical engineering, and he says, "Oh, I'm so happy that now I can do this, not exactly like this, but I was working with a big company, and they were developing a product, which is really, the company is doing patents on it. And then I have to do with them an exam. So typically we sit together, drink a coffee, and then they get a grade. But he had to do these oral exam because of our regulations. And now you can just say, okay, well, your project, you get points for grade, and you don't have an exam.
Yeah, if you have one company project, be a case. However, like in marketing, we have a lot of sort of calculations. I can give everyone different numbers, but I would really see the sort of cheating or everyone doing things in groups, copying things.
So how do you do it right now? So they just do it, and in the end, it's an exam?
They have an exam, and they have a presentation, which is independent of the exam. Okay. So they do a company case, for example, and then they present it. But it's 28 groups that I grade. So imagining doing that like 9 times is really a lot of.
Well, in the beginning, I was not allowed to do it like this because we had like a rule that 10% of the points can be extra points. And, I had these 5 assignments, and I said, well, okay, every assignment is worth 2 points. And, it was easy to grade them because, before this, we also said, okay, you passed. So this passing before was 1 point. And if they really did it perfect, was 2 points. So it was easy and kind of like in the same framework that we worked anyway. And then the students came to us and said, oh, it's really cool that, finally it's worth something what we're doing during the term. But it's, much too cheap because, we spent like 20 hours for this assignment and we get 2 points, really?
Okay, and maybe last question. Were your students actually ready for this? Because I was just discussing a few weeks ago with another colleague who did a similar thing in our BA program where people work 5 days a week and then they study on Saturdays, and they were clearly not ready for this, and they were sort of complaining. And particularly with your sort of pick what you want kind of way. I mean, it's probably very different from any other lecture that your students have had before. So you probably need a lot of explanation and.
Yeah, completely. So I mean, so many people were ready for it. So I had in the evaluation also a comment who said, just picking out a topic that I'm interested in is really disgusting. You can't just ask students to have any idea that you like, I hate it. And some people, so this is kind of like, the best students are students that are running very well in the system as it is. So they are very good in preparing exams. They don't like it. So this is, of course, not their comfort zone. So you get, people that don't like it. But many people tell me that they really like it. And especially they like that the pressure is gone from the exam. So it's one exam less that matters, and still they can, they get a grade. So typically, if it doesn't matter, then there's no grade and then you don't have to put any effort. But so, they can work on it and it's valuable. So, I mean, I was also thinking about, they get ECTS points for it. And we know as a teacher, so one ECTS is like 30 hours workload. So this is how we design the courses. So they spend time during the course. But if they fail the exam, this time is just evaporating. So it's not really fair. If they work during the exam, they should pass. So, in a way, it's fair. Thinking the ECTS points into the course.
Is anybody else using your approach that you told us you shared it with
people?
And who is using it?
A professor and
sorry, my question is not that.
Okay, sorry.
And how does it vary from the approach that you originally created? And did you also did you write a blueprint or a paper on it so that you could share the approach with other people?
So first, many people implement it now in my university, and even the University of Applied Sciences, their bar team copied our change of regulations into theirs. So they're playing now with it as well. And they're completely different flavors of it. So if you're afraid to change anything, you make points during the term that exactly sum up to 50. So they can pass before the exam, but with the worst grade possible. So if they are really fulfilling all tasks you're doing during the term, then they can pass, but the exam still counts 100% of the mark. So you don't have to change anything, just for the feeling, they pass. And if they fulfill all the tasks, typically they pass the exam anyway. So it's kind of like a win-win game and just feels better. So a colleague is doing this. I told you the other colleague is using this new exam style just to get rid of this oral exam of his practical course.
Last part of the question, what would be your approach to implement this strategy into other fields, like maybe hers, to keep down the intercourse grading exposure that you experience differently?
I mentioned that it's difficult to get it on the curricular level, right? So if you think of a course system, you have to be careful to not overload them. And so my idea, so we did not do it right now, but I hope we will do it for in future times, that you identify courses that are just to keep the students interested. I mean, this is bioinformatics. Every student at our university in the natural sciences is listening to bioinformatics, but we have annually just 3 students in bioinformatics. So they just learn it because they have to do something with computers, but they are, professional at something else. So biochemistry for the biochemists is much more important. So they should write an exam in biochemistry, but they can play here because it's just to make them interested in bioinformatics. And we have to identify more courses like this, for that it's fair to get them interested if they like it. Because every student, this is my belief, is interested in something, but maybe not this is interesting for them. But they have to pick out, what they like, and then they can collect points there. And doing this for 3 courses a term, we could get rid of pressure from 3 exams and make the 3 important ones. So this would be my idea. Does this answer your question?
Kind of. I was thinking about her exposure to grading the inter-term tests, because you split it in 9 or 10 inter exams, and she said who has the time to do all the grading?
Okay, I see. Well, but you know, this is kind of like.
How do you reduce the time?
So my suggestion would be work with the things you're doing anyway. I mean, right now you're kind of like approaching the competencies of your students and try how you can put the things you're doing anyway into a framework that makes it more gameful. So this is all I'm saying. You can do whatever you want, but don't do it like it was 500 years ago, but make it more gameful that it might work with, you know, the bachelor and master students these days.
I really like the idea. Just one last question. Have you tracked the grade inflation? Like, has the grading changed? Because if everyone can achieve 1.7 for the exam, I would imagine that.
So maybe, so you were also asking about publications. So we are working on some publications, and a colleague of mine, theoretical computer science, all computer scientists hate it, did this. And I was, you know, the working hypothesis was, if in theoretical computer science, they do all the extra exercises, they will get better, finally, you know? Not everyone is almost failing this exam. And they did it, and the grades did not change, you know? So sometimes these exercises are just bad, and they are male targeted. So we can work with this now, but at least, you know, the grading was not getting worse. So they performed on the same level like before on a course that was a disaster every year. So it's still a disaster, but the students are more relaxed. And now we try to make the exercises, the learning islands, you know, make them better so that they maybe even learn more. So, and from that point of view, my expectation would be, it's not getting worse, but the students feel better. And this is fine for me, at least.
I was rather thinking into the other direction, that grades could actually get much better.
Yeah.
If you could just sort of work a lot without, you know what I mean? Like there's these very sort of.
I mean, in the first years where they could collect all these points, they all got good grades. So maybe you saw these. Yeah, they got good grades anyway. But they also got good grades beforehand in this exam, because I was not allowed to ask difficult questions, because then all the biochemistry, you know, failed. And then they say, well, you can't drop out the whole course, you know, right before the bachelor thesis, because bioinformatics is not important for them. So make easy exams, you know, so that not everyone fails. So the grading was good anyway beforehand. And I mean, you know, yeah, typically you can do a lot of innovations or transformations in your lecture, and it's very difficult to change, you know, the outcome of the exams. So it keeps robust, but they feel better. So there we have a significant effect. Okay.
So as we have almost 5, actually the last panel, the final discussion, was planned to just go over open questions. But we don't have open questions from the online side of the conference. So now the question would be, are there still open questions from the on-site side? Does anybody have open questions? And then we can still address them, I'd say, in the last 5-10 minutes. Just to wrap up everything. Yeah, and I didn't want to interrupt because I learned so much. Looks fine.
You just said you learned so much. What was the most, the most meaningful learning from today?
So I think learning is, or it's about building a good learning environment. And for me, it seems like, in German, you would say die halbe Miete is basically having the right structure. So I think a structuralistic approach to education is the key, kind of. That's what I learned today. And there are different approaches, obviously, but just structuring a course makes a tremendous difference. So that's what I definitely learned today. What about you?
I found like his presentation about the didactic. Leon was sitting right there. He had some significant learnings for me, also like the interval model, because I was like I've not learned about didactics before that anyway, so
yeah,
that was pretty interesting. Some interesting questions arose. How do you track the attention spans of your students? How, like, is there like AI technology where you can see if their eyes are still engaged in you or your board or whatever you're presenting? Are there like natural intervals, and how do I track those natural intervals? And how can I use, like, because the consensus was that the attention span is getting shorter, and how can I use that information to my approach in teaching information so that most information sticks or that it's most engaging?
Yeah,
I think that was like the most interesting part for me.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, well, in my case, it's this dialogue between what change and what doesn't change.
Mm-hmm.
And the technology, it's incredible. When I think that I manage something that comes the multi or verse or something, but also the things that doesn't change. We continue talking about engagement, about community, attention.
Grades.
Exactly. So this dialogue between what we need to keep, but also what is changing and how to adjust these both things.
So I'd say it sounds like we should go downstairs to the get-together and get some more food and drinks. Everybody's invited, and yeah.
Thank you very much, Julian.